You made a bad bet. Play the odds and risk it all. But you're playing my game now. And I'm here to clean house.
New day, new matches, and new season. And with new operator comes new opportunities and new strats. Welcome everyone to the Voltage series. My name is Fancy. I'll be your host today. And of course, joining me today will be Star, Drago, and Cries. Welcome, guys. And yeah, it's a very important day because now we're getting into a new season and we're getting into the season where we start seeing the teams start using Denari. I am really interested into seeing all of that. So first of all, how are you guys? How are you, Cries?
I am doing fabulous. I'm so excited for this new season. Can't wait to see what all the new creative things which are going to come out with Denari. Since I've seen many diabolical things online. I have seen so many.
Yeah.
Across maps, it is insane. I'm so excited.
Drago, so what do you think of the new operator first of all?
So, Denari, and when it comes to my playstyle, it works perfectly. Not only do I like to set up things hidden on the staircase, of course, just stop players from being able to walk through, I've actually started setting up some weird one-time strats. So it's like, on Cafe, I can set up so the entire first drop box, like everyone tries to hop drop in, goes for the smoke plant. That is no longer an option with Denari. I have 4 set up, and I can just throw my last one into the middle. It cascades it perfectly and shuts down any plants going on. So I can say Denari is going to be a very strong operator, but it's going to be very situational as well. If you plan ahead, you can do some real damage, but if not, it's going to be how much time can you waste of the attackers and just stop them because they're going to be checking so much. For now, we do have some great teams, so I'm hoping to see something I can steal from our ranked games.
Yeah, of course, and I think the teams maybe today or any other day will show us some of their usage of the new operator, but until then we will have to wait and see. And speaking of the teams and speaking of everything, let's look at the standing and let's look where every team is currently at. So of course the one and only undefeated team is currently, or actually both of them is undefeated, but one of them doesn't even have an OT win, is the volley, getting a 9 point, and GK right behind them with an 8 points, and Panaoni with 7 points. And then after that is Psychopaths with 5 points, and Ryujin and Myth with 3 points each, and Team VIP with 1 point, and UAIM are still yet to get their first point. But of course, maybe all of that will change today. We will see, because let's take a look at the matches for today. And the Cries, matches of today are very, very, very interesting in my opinion. First of all, we start the day with Diavoli and GK Esports, and after that we are gonna have Myth and Psychopaths, Ryujin versus Panaoni, and UAIM versus Team VIP. Which one of those matches, Cries and Star, do you think is gonna be, like, in your opinion, the match of the day?
Well, obviously, which everyone's going to think will be the Diavoli and GK game. In my opinion, I genuinely think that the UAIM and VIP is going to be one of the best ones. Since they're both on the same skill level, I think it will be one of the best matches there out of all of them. However, I think Drago will say otherwise because he's done a little bit of previous research.
I have, but I'm not going to give away my hand just yet. As we all know, Diavoli versus Geek are the top two teams, so that's going to be very intense, very, let's say, rank starred. What is this? We're going into gunfights. Let's play the aggressive. Let's play the smart plays. While with, as you said, UAIM and Team VIP, I'm expecting them to try anything. So I'm not going to completely argue with you. Ryujin versus Pana 1 is going to be something really weird, but I'm going to have to wait to see the teams. I'm going to have to wait to see the plays. Let's see what the players are like.
Yeah, I think it's going to be not only we're getting the top of the league versus each other, but also the bottom of the league versus against each other. So let's take a look at the prediction, because there is a lot of mixed things here. Because me and Rowan, the producer, saying Divoli. Rowan is the only person who thinks Myth is going to win. Star, you're the only person who thinks Ryujin is gonna win. And then we have our spectator Hot thinking Team UAIM is gonna win. So there is a spice up in each match, and everyone thinks a little bit differently. So let's take the look of the first match. Both of you said GK are going to be winning. So we're going to be heading to Night Haven, a map that we have been seeing a lot lately, but this time it's going to be with a twist, because now with the new season, Night Haven is going to be revamped into the way of Siege X, with those new fire hydrants and gas lines. So do you think, let me ask you this, Star, do you think it's going to be a new thing? Is going to be a different, because not only we're having the new operator, but we only have the new smokes and the smoke canister or the fire hydrants and the gas lines in the map. Do you think this is going to change the matchup between those two today?
Yes, because I have a feeling that one of these two teams has been preparing a bit more. Okay, I can't say it. I know for a fact one of these teams has been focusing so much on the old version and not enough on the new season, where it could actually be a hindrance to them. I'm hoping that Diavoli have understood that, hey, it was great having them play in different leagues throughout this week, but there was so much time wasted on the live server. I'm hoping they were present for this. They got to play the new operator, yes, but I'm hoping they looked at the maps. Because Night Haven with those red pipes, Capcan is a menace. Those gas lines are something that can be really strong if used properly. If not, there's so much utility wasted for them. The fire extinguishers, perfect now, especially on placement. I've got to say, I love bringing gas, especially to use them as a makeshift smoke, and I don't have to waste my own canisters. But it all comes down to whether Geek and Diavoli understand their play styles, because as we know, Night Haven Labs, even with the update, doesn't really change how it's played, whether it's attacker favored or defense favored. It's about punishing your opponents on what mistakes they make, being able to capitalize on those fundamentals. So I'm gonna have to say my answer is, I'm hoping to see what Diavoli can bring out of this. They're on attack to start. Gonna have to be something good.
Yeah, definitely. And let's talk about the teams a little bit. Let's talk about the stats of both of the teams. And starting, of course, with Diavoli, let's quickly take a look at the stats. And there is a lot of gunfire power here. You see a lot of kills between all of the players. And it shows, because they are currently at the top of the league, Cries.
Yeah, I mean, as you can see, the SRV rate, well, your average will be about 30 odd %. So roughly, give or take, will be 30 to 40%. So having an estimate of around 30% between the whole team is absolutely amazing between a lot of them. KD still rocking around a 1 on average, with, as you can see, Marat's absolutely slapping it out the 1.68 KD. Now that is absolutely insane for comp play. A KPR of 0.91, which, I mean, can't really get better than that, is pretty much a kill per round. His cost is going to be through the roof for their analyst. But again, all the other teams, the rating obviously does come into it as well, but everyone's stats all lining up exactly as their standings are. Top team, top players, top standings.
Yeah, definitely. And Drago, Rorik, and a lot of the players here as well are having a lot of kills. 31 from Skipper, and Rexon also 32, and Rorik even 31. So there is a lot of gunfire power in GK as well.
Oh, you know it, especially for the fact that, yes, each of these players does have a positive KD. How you go up in rank, yes, that also means your KD is supposed to go down and sort of plateau and even out. These guys do not let that slide. They don't let that hold them back. As you said before, Rorik has actually been an absolute menace. I can say giving him a Fenrir or letting that through on a ban is a mistake to any team. I'm hoping Diavoli have looked at their ban list, because Hungry as well, with a 1.1, meaning he can show up and do his work. You've got to be prepared for these players. All are gunners.
Yeah, definitely. And with that being said, we are ready to go into the match. Cries and Star, let's go into the match and enjoy the match, and let us enjoy your casting as well.
Thank you.
So, do you guys want to go to the match?
Cool.
Are you guys ready?
Sorry.
We are, but it looks like... Just give us a quick second.
No.
There's something
You
I
have
wanna
to
ask
be
you.
ready for this.
We're ready. I'm just thinking because there's something we haven't mentioned as well yet. The fact that, yes, this is day 4. This is where all of these bigger plays, all this big stuff is coming out. And the fact that we get a new season for it means that we get that new operator. And he can be played in this. So everything you see here is live from the new season, new server. Any patch notes, anything we see will get reported directly to Ubisoft. Any weird bugs, be prepared for it. And just when we head into this match, remember, everything is up for grabs. Any knowledge, any plays, any smart wins. Winner of this basically takes rank 1. So I'm gonna have to say, I'm not changing my vote. I'm still gonna believe GK is gonna win it, but Diavoli can show the work. They want attack to start. They have to do a lot of different plays to win this. And I think there's something that Cries might want to mention, especially to another league that is going on, to, advertise the tier 2 circuit while we wait.
So, as many people do know, I am a very big advocate for every league which there is possible, and I've been with a lovely league called ELC for quite a fair bit, which thankfully we have had the opportunity to go into the T2 circuit finally. However, for all the avid ELC goers as well, it's not all just T2. So we do have kept our grassroots, we've kept everything which is available to us. So you can keep your minor, you can keep your major. Those will stay T4/T3 as everything like that, but we'll be finally going into T2. But we can get more information about that later, because I think finally we can finally get into this game.
Let's
Yeah,
go,
fancy.
guys.
I'll catch you in a sec. So, as we can see from our beautiful replay video that everyone loves to see in our Haven Labs, I'm going to ask you, with everything that's changed, the pipes being inside, the new extinguishing canisters, do you hope to see some new angles or new plays?
100%. The one thing which I'm a little bit concerned about is that Nighthaven is a little bit on the heavy defender sided. So I'm hoping it's not going to turn it completely around where it's going to be severely defender sided, especially if these pipes, because I'm hoping that it's not going to add too much for like a defender advantage. Maybe it could go for an attacker advantage, I don't know, but I'm hoping maybe it'll actually level it out.
Well, I do hope you're right about that, especially if what I can see is going on right now. We get to see the bans. Tide and Bandit still being banned, Ace and Thermite still being banned. Again, I learned something really recently which I loved a bit. The triple mute strat upstairs. If you actually work it, you can stop Hibana from being able to open or doing any of her weird tricks. But we do get to see Denari being prepared. Is he going to go try to set up outside? I know the fact that the protection's still there. You can't throw out Valkyrie cams, you can't throw out your Denari gadgets just yet. But if you do plan ahead, you might actually be able to get something out of it.
One fun thing which I can tell you about, which I've seen quite a fair bit, is the fact if you know they're going to go for a default plan. So let's say Cafe in kitchen, like you run about Freezer. If you know that they're going to go for a plant behind the bomb, you can set up about, is it 5 of them which will kill you? I think it is. Will take
I think
you
the
out.
number's 5. 5 will down. I think 6 kill, 5 down.
5
You
down.
can see
Okay,
he's
so
going to go. You might get an example of it now.
yeah. You can set them up all in the roof in one section. If you think that they're going for a plant, you can just toss it right next to them, and then there'll be 5 lasers going straight towards them, so you can hide away. You can see this lovely new shotgun. Oh, it sounds gorgeous.
Need another one first.
I do agree, and especially I like that little strat having it all the way down to the first floor. The problem is, if they've not jumped it out, they have. They found the mirror hiding in a corner. She tries to go for a quick lean, and eventually find it. Gonna have to back away. But here's the problem: is Blitz will chase her off with Aqua. Blitz takes half health, so he can't even go for the peek. But he tries anyway and gets his head taken off clean. Here's the thing: Denari takes so long for setup. You might as well keep them in your pocket and just drop them when you need them. Ooh, Buck going from below, tries to get the wall, cannot get it because there's nothing there to get.
I mean, with a whole minute, they've cleared out this mirror quite nicely. Again, do take away your blitz, which is a little bit of an issue. You know that everyone's inside of sight as of now, but it's what they do with this extra time which they have available, dive early to finish this round out. But I'm still waiting to see this. I'm just so excited for this Denari play on what GK have got in store for us. They'll finally take out Catwalk Waters. They don't have much hard breaches that Thermite and Ace has gone, so they'll have to rely on these hard breaches, which I won't be surprised if we just see this Black just run straight in here, just guns blazing, but only time will tell after we hit the halfway mark of the round. It'll be a lovely shot from Wrexham, but will be traded off by Devils, leaving it in a 4 versus 3, but with a minute 20 to go, still got plenty of work to do.
As you're right about that, there is something that you have to worry about. Yes, there's 3 players on both sides. Well, 4 side of the defenders. But they're tucked away in the corner. They can't just push in. They can't just play anything if they want to. They have to try to go for the kill here, which survives. Hunger's 1 HP in a Dreave after the nade. They can't push into sight because they know those players holding from electric and from the mirror wall. So, Killer is not a safe plant to spot. They're going to have to use that new utility, but a shotgun is actually going to take out one of the attackers already. Devil Skipper gets 2 already. Huge picks, leaving it up to the Buck, who knows this person close because of Brim, but he's going to have to wait till the person's in line of sight, and he gets it. Aldo Andy's with his first kill. That's not going to last because Smoke is there to finish it.
I mean, what an absolute glorious defense we see, especially with the setup as well. Not much of the Denari was being utilized, but you can still see the kind of creativity which is going to come out from these teams, which I love to see.
Gotta say, it's going to look really nuts, and hopefully there's something that I can see showing up here, because we get to see Denari being brought, we get to see a Rudy being brought, somebody who basically creates a complete 6th panel, and that stops all drones from being able to go through the doors as well. We just have to wait and see what the Iranian's going to make of it, or what the Iranian or the Denari are going to make of it. One way or another, they don't really seem focused on keeping the attackers out. It feels like they're letting them come in and then going for their own fight. As you can see there, triple lines. Doesn't matter what your plan is, you're going to have to try and push through that, and you will either be stunned or killed. If you're taking any damage just ahead of that point, you can't really go for the drop. If I remember correctly, the shotgun has got 4 shots, correct? To open the hatch, you have to go prone.
I'm not actually 100%.
Yeah, it's got 4 shots, so you have to go prone to try and open it in 2 or less. Because it's a slug shotgun, sort of, it has to take those range. But this Buck, hopefully he's droned out upstairs, so he might be able to find somebody. Or that drone might have missed the warden if he can get through. Yes, he has been seen. But Sledge barely surviving a C4 that detonates the red pipe as well, but also limits him down to 1 HP in a dream.
I mean, that's all you need is 1 HP. As long as you have your gun up, that's all that really matters within this instance. But vertical finally being opened up. I've only just taken this control as much as they can, but they've still got to deal with Rorik, which we might see very quickly here, as Rorik will be the one coming out on top instead. With that warden showing loud and proud that this is his territory and he will not be leaving anytime soon. Maybe put a little bit spanner in the works for GK. Sorry for dive early here. As the end of the pre-fight, almost taking out the player, but Skipper will go down at DMR.
Well, you can talk as much as you want about the DMR and Rooney. The fact that she's the only one with a, well, not the only one, but one of the few people with an ACOG on the fence left is massive, especially for those long wing angles on Nighthaven Labs. But as you can see, she's almost taking out the push. And she finally gets the headshot. keeps backing up and gets a little bit tagged. Not what you want, but it's what happens. Here's the problem. Sledge can't drop through that. Somebody else has to drop through just before him, takes the damage, and then they can go for the hatch drop. But there's still renegades everywhere. One way or another, they have to use a lot of utility to clear it. Only got a minute left. Things are gonna get spicy.
I think maybe bringing a Thatcher might honestly be the best pick in this situation with the Denari. Obviously, this is just all speculation. I think that was actually meant to try and get the lasers, but actually missed, if I'm not mistaken. But I think maybe a Thatcher would be the better pick in terms of Denari as a whole. Simply more useful since, you know, as you see, they're going to try and permaban out those hard breaches and leave that Thatcher. But Marat's taking out Packball finally, as Rorik is going to be tried to be taken out, and there you go. But Wrexham will get a trade-off in the end, leaving it into a 2 versus 2. 30 seconds remaining. It's kind of looking a little bit bleak, but they have the case on top of Catwalk says. They have to deal with this. Scythe has got a fair bit of work, so Wrexham's just going to be keeping control. See them smoke canisters being popped and into good work as they're going to try and pinch this player out and deal with the last 10 seconds, which if Wrexham plays this quite nicely, he'll play time as Marats will finally get the kill. Wrexham doing his job as it's all down to Hungry, which he should have this in the bag. 1 versus 2, there you go. There's the Denari lasers going up perfectly as Hungry. We are to finish it off with the FMG9. These Denari lasers playing absolutely perfectly late round. Just not knowing how much, it's that little bit of the unknown sometimes with this operator, which just makes it so much better.
Oh, thank goodness for there as well. The players almost had a tech pause, but it's been solved. Nari, as being the new op, as we suggested, he's very strong, especially with that minor stun. Yes, they would not have had the time to actually go for the plant if the person who had the diffuser was going to stun. So taking the sledge, just taking the hit, goes down, and just hopes that there's nobody paying attention to sight, which didn't work out in their favor this time. That 30-second meta now is no longer a viability at all. You're going to have to ban Denari if you want to go back to the way you used to play. Otherwise, you don't really have the option. You have to think of something better.
Do you actually know how much damage that slug shotgun does to a player?
If I remember correctly, it's the same as the Bailiff. I think it's 30.
Oh, okay.
But as you can see, we get to see some interesting little setups for not only the window vaults to stop anything, but if anyone tries to go upstairs or tries anything like gets a particular angle. Nari's there, he's waiting, he's gonna cut off this window entirely.
It cuts off the drone hole as well.
Yeah, you can't go through. This is my point of it works much better with an renegade because then you can't have anything coming through that doorway or hallway except for your own operators. And there's another Twitch drone taken out. She only has 1 more of those left. Well, she does have her regular R6 drone. She doesn't have a lot of options for now. She knows where the Legion is, but whether or not who picks is going to be the one to do it. Ooh, we got to see a really nice track coming out as well. Rorik is hiding on the 2nd floor. Deimos can go for the peek, but can't just go for the wallbang. I'm going to ask you a question. Who's been more impactful, in your opinion, when it comes to Deimos versus, like, Tubero?
Versus Tubero. Because if I'm not mistaken, they can freeze out the thing entirely, can't they? The drone. I think bringing the Tubero, it's not utilized enough to actually freeze out the drone, but as we're going to see Rex and Thatcher does it quite perfectly, but I don't think there's many of direct winners, would you say?
Okay, direct counters would probably be Twitch, the Klug drone on Brava, Box shooting it directly maybe. IQ would be a great person to try and find it, but you can actually go for the kill. As you can see, they are bringing Nomad, they're bringing Blackbird, they're bringing Buck, they're bringing Striker. Striker does have the EMP grenades, which are great for getting rid of the Denari, but again, it's the same as if you throw a stun grenade or something else at it. The timer isn't lengthened. It's just the same amount of downtime as if somebody's drone went through it.
Okay. Now, you can see already taken control underneath. Well, control in control. Funny. But trying to just locate any of these mirror windows, anything, this book from the vertical from underneath is just very, very powerful. His pack will be starting stuff on the vertical and a lovely jump out onto the catwalk. He was able to get a second, but does get trade up as Rex was able to get the trade back as well, making that 4 versus 2. Diffuses down, I think that's outside of catwalk as Rexon. It's just going to be the Rexon and the Packball game here today. I'll be book trying to drag one back, but 58 seconds remaining. The swing's coming out. They're just going to feed him with ones on ones. 1 versus 2 against this clash. It's not going to be the easiest thing for them. So Rourke's going to sprint on round to the safety, but Hungry remaining, just missing those toes just slightly of the Canadian, but he's going to try and go for a little swing, try and collect anything he can, but Rourke with his gun up as well as Hungry with an infinite amount of bullets. Low HP, these lasers are also going to do a fair bit. Plentiful amount of damage to Rourke, but not enough to get him down. But with 20 seconds remaining, no, he still doesn't have diffuser, but Rourke's going to be there with a lovely little quick peek on that shield to finish off the round.
Not sure who would have been a better ban, Clash or Denari at this point, but PK have answered their own point of, hey, we know this map, we've been practicing on it. I was worried that Direwolly hadn't adapted, but again, it's attack. A 3-3 split is good enough. A 4-2 is what the best chances GK could take from you without a fight, but a 5-1 is not what you want. I'm hoping, though, they planned ahead for this. They thought, hey, yes, we're bringing the Sledge, we're bringing the Twitch. The Twitch is the reason they're bringing to get rid of the Denari, but they're just catching the drones. Let's change something else. Let's bring that Thatcher, as you said, who's still not banned, but also there's another direct counter we've not figured out, or I do remember. Which operator is perfect against any gadgets that just has to destroy it? Has to destroy everything.
ADS deployed and ready to go.
I mean, I'm glad we've kind of dragged away from just perma banning shields, but then again, a part of me is saying just ban them all immediately.
I think that's the rank part of you for now. As we can see, the red pipe now being destroyed. And to answer my earlier question, the answer is Sledge. It would have been just Sledge walking up and hitting the Denari. That's the best answer you could possibly have. Destroy everything that's not there to be worried about. But now that we do get to see this upstairs push coming into fruition, I don't think that was him. I think that just barely missed and broke on its own. But for now, they have droned out the Wamai. Hopefully this Twitch can get the pre-firing kill, but no. The Twitch drone is sacrificed again early. Not what you want to see, especially with this drone economy that we've seen come out from Direwolly. So, we're gonna have to see one way or another whether they can go upstairs and clear out, because right now Sledge has most of the top floor control, which is really huge, especially when you're trying to defend basement. If it was first floor, you couldn't give it up. But now they cannot take anything for risk or for granted. Hopefully the Jaeger on cargo stairs can be able to get a kill, but he's just gonna have to keep backing up and forth. And you don't have a lot of time. There's a ram on the board. That's half of your powers just for clearing out upstairs or clearing out any of the reinforcements or above drones. One thing I've noticed, and I've only just noticed this now. Yes, you've got the Denari on bendings. I'm hoping he set up a perfect line of sight to try and stop anything from being able to work. Because right now, Devils might have the angle on the... No, can't get the shot, just barely backs away. 1 minute 30, a 5v5. This timer has been wasted perfectly. Now they just have to back up. There's no point in fighting it now. Now it's time to turtle. One way or another, they're going to open up as much of sight as possible. And holes work both ways. They can catch the sledge or the ram, just barely picking their own hole. It's done. Now, they've cleared up as much as they can. They don't know if there's another player upstairs. Again, Rexon's just hiding. Even if there was a Deimos or anything to track him, sitting on his wing jammer, he's protected, he's safe. And the timer is going to work against them. Have to go for the early drop, but Asami's peeking and gets taken out by Devils. It's Rourke off the board. And 4v5.
I mean, 40 seconds to go. Something's got to happen. This Denari is going to be, like I said, proving quite useful, as that'll be a 2-piece for GK. Pack ball straight in his pocket as they'll try to get one back, but no, Hungry's there to stop it. As a counter on the vertical from Rexon, he'll be stopping any of that contraction down, but never mind. He'll be getting 2 for himself overall. I mean, that retake of the vertical playing very nicely for Rexon there, trying to lift up basically a little bit of the pressure being put on downstairs, just making it so much easier for GK. But it seems like Divoli can't really get a footing really when it comes to their other sites.
You're definitely right about that. I feel like Divoli, I'm not sure, I'm not going to say it was luck. I'm going to say that they've come up against GK in a position where they didn't want to be. Either they're saving strats, if we're following the old days of G2, or they've got something else in mind and it's just not coming out for them. I'm hoping that they've learned the lesson. It's probably better to just push site early or try and make this match a bit faster. Don't let DK set the tempo that they have. Keep your mental up and keep trying your best. Because at the moment, yes, they do have a sub with them for today for Divoli, but it's not going to be, hey, let's just throw away everything. We need to push in quick and early. Quick question for you. IQ switching for Deimos, is that the play here, especially when you know they're bringing Divoli, when they're bringing Denari?
I'm sure hoping they're bringing Divoli. But, I mean, as you said, yeah, it's great to spot it out, but it's the fact of actually dealing with it. So obviously you can place them in these positions, as you can see on the roof. However, it's actually, you can see that it's there, but it's more the fact of actually dealing with it, which is the issue. Let's say going onto the Deimos for their own clear is maybe more beneficial for them. Maybe they just need to stop tunnel visioning and deal with this Denari lasers a lot earlier, since it seems like they've left it very late the past couple of rounds. So maybe it's just about changing priority of situation.
With changing priority situation, I'd say getting Rourke out of there, removing the clash from the equation would be a pretty great priority set. And now the Gone 6, he can hear it in hand. He's just hoping to hear the clash put it down. Deimos is pushing up on and actually gets the 2 kills onto the round, taking Packbull off the table. You did say it was a Packbull and Wrexham round. It might just be up to Wrexham now. But the Capito does push up. Clash hits the Nomad from behind and gets taken out. Beautiful combo and teamwork. Now it's a 2v5. They're not on site. They've got most of the way down of what they need. They still have to face these 2 players. And even Rourke has to agree, it was a nice play. Now, we're just going to wait.
With a minute and a half, it seems like I'm assuming Divoli going to slow it down, but never mind. I'm just going to eat my own words. They know where Hungry is last, so they'll be able to take this site so much easier. Cypher most likely should start getting that kit down, or start making their life a little bit easier and quicken up this round to make it into Divoli's favour. But if Hungry needs to pull something out, it needs to be now 1 versus 4 situation. Got a fair few crosses set up, stop him from rotating all the way through, as well as a Deimos track. So he's not really going to get far with almost anything. He's stuck at these bottom fish stairs. It's a pre-fire out. Actually, there'll be the Deimos gone. A little bit more freedom to run around. However, he's still got to deal with another person sitting inside of games. This will take the quick pre-fire, but won't be enough, as the round will go to Divoli. I think 4-2 split.
That's probably the best what they could hope for now. Going into their defensive half, they need another 4, and then they need another 2, and then they need another 6, and then they just need to win, and Divoli can take this match. But DK only needs 3. You gotta remember, this isn't a choice of back and forth anymore. You have to be able to take these first picks. Hopefully these bans give them a bit of insight on what they want to do. Ace and Kaid being removed from the board. We're just gonna have to wait and see if it is gonna be the same bans. I'm gonna have to ask you on this cruise, when it comes to bans, what do you think of the ban system, CJ?
I do love the ban system. Well, it's like a love-hate relationship, I'd say, because I absolutely love it for the fact that you can counter teams with bans and force them onto it to play a specific way. However, at the same time, when it comes to Siege as a whole, like ranked, it's the same as previously, where it was always a Thatcher ban or a shield ban, and it's everyone just perma banning the shields. So, like you said earlier, when I was on about everyone, it's not a perma ban, perma shield ban kind of thing anymore. But for comp, in my opinion, I think it was one of the best things to come to because it brings out more creativity. That's what
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
I'm gonna agree with that because Siege has always been a game of, oh, there's always something different, there's always something weird and new coming. No matter how you play it, it's just we have so many different chances, so many more operators. It evolved from, hey, we've got Blackbeard and Valkyrie being our new operators in one new map, to we have 10 years of maps and experience to build off of. If you can't create a new strat, you're not thinking hard enough. You've got the utility, you've got the tools, and the fact that we don't get to see Diaboli bringing the new operator tells me that they've got something else in store, something that's either reliable or guaranteed to win them the round, hopefully.
And at the same time, GK's defense is kind of supporting my opinion on Nighthaven being quite a defender-sided map, as well as bringing in Denari, maybe, and well, as well as the canisters, maybe just get a little bit further towards defender-sided. But I don't know, maybe it's just we need to start rethinking the ways we attack Nighthaven now. Maybe I think it's a player issue rather than a whole issue.
As long as it's not a skill issue, that's all that matters. Especially these players right now. We have Warden taking a little bit of chip damage. I do believe they're planning on either C4 or impact checking this. The C4 is guaranteed to get a kill, but it takes a little bit longer to go for the detonation. So if somebody can trick it, it's very useful. If not, you're risking your life, high risk, high reward. It should get the breaching charge, which is good, but now you don't have a C4 to do it. It's just only the impacts on Goyle that might be able to get it. And he's in server. He's not concerned with anything else going on. 1v1, here comes the time for Mir to either go for the swing or just, waste as much time as they can. Wall breach is open, they gotta decide. Buck is below being an absolute nuisance though.
Coming up to the halfway mark of the round, there's still, I think Diverlic kind of dropped back maybe a little too quickly, but they're saying that Devils are dropping straight down, will be taking out Rorik, but Rexon's just somewhat a little bit too late to the party to try and get the trade off, but Hungry is going to be taken out as well by that Vector as well from the Goyo. As it's going to be a Vector party in this situation for this round, as Skipper will finally go down, a quick swing and a flawless for Diverlic to start us off, hitting it very hard. And that would be another one in the pocket of Diavoli. I'm surprised it's actually switched so quickly. I was thinking maybe GK is going to be, they've pushed them back in towards site and kind of, encumbered them down into this situation where particularly that's where you really just want them, is just to be sitting inside a site. I think they have catwalk control, not much as of IT control, but I mean they had quite a decent fair bit of their work cut out for them by Diavoli, but I'm surprised they weren't capitalized.
Well, I have a feeling it came down to more that they couldn't in that round. As I did say, Diavoli had a set strat. They went back to the old boards. They didn't think, how a new operator change our playstyle entirely. Just, hey, bring what we know we can. Bring what works for us and what's worked in the past. Because these teams have faced each other before, especially on this map. I'm sure they've played multiple times, even if whether it be scrims or not. They know what the other team likes to do. They didn't know about the new operator yet being brought, so maybe they thought, hey, we've got a little bit of an unknown variable. Our attack was a bit hasty, but on defense, it's our match. We know what we want to play. Biggest problem I can see, certain hatches aren't reinforced, things aren't opened yet, still setting up. A quick push, only mirrors on site. And if they just walk in, they can take her out, go for a plant.
Yeah, and the issue is just trying to take control of that site quickly, since most of the time you'd obviously bring that thermite, which gives you quick access, takes a couple of seconds. It's close to silent if you're a decent bit away, but that thermite was kind of the start of your rush towards site. But I think they've kept the hatch open or soft inside of a warehouse. So maybe just to give them a little bit of an option to drop off and go back in towards site. But this top floor control is not proving, but seeming to be quite a menace at the minute, since it's not really stumped GK, but making them rotate all the way around, try and collect some of their packages. But never mind, Devils will be starting us off onto Rex, and maybe that both be gone, but Rorik's there for a trade-off onto a different player. It seems to be all going down within the last couple 5 seconds, as Devils LB2 for the round, as he's proving to be one of the great players on this side. Divoli, but it's just inside of sight. He's taken full control of it, as they just might as well push straight towards this site. They have notification of downstairs, but it's how they capitalize on top of it, in which they've done quite well, as Scythe is able to stop that push in its tracks.
I did mention I was concerned about it, and no, you can't drop down that warehouse hatch because it's completely castled off. You'd spend more time trying to get out of it than going to. Now, the timing. Pulls out the breach shark, just a little bit of a fat finger coming out for them, but they are able to push in now and hopefully close these doors up and close these angles. For Can, she can close up as much as possible while Hungry goes to the plant, but they aren't in the best position to be in right now. The audio noise has to come out to try and cover them, smokes to cover anything from above. They don't have a lot of options right now. Smoke canister though as well pushes Hungry out of position into the line of sight of Smoke and gets his head taken off. But as you can see, there was a gunfight with Mute taking over another player.
I mean, they retook, not even retook the vertical quite nicely. They just held the vertical with that smoke from above, just playing ever so nicely and not allowing them to basically rotate out from where they are, keeping them stuck in that little corner. Now, I get that obviously the push straight downstairs was the play. It was most certainly the play. However, I just didn't think he had enough support to push it all the way through and continue on.
I did mention that I thought the fact that, hey, Mirror's on one side, if they push in, they could actually take it quite handily, but they hadn't droned enough for it. There wasn't enough, let's say, utility behind this push. He was able to just walk in, get the kill on Mirror, and it's like, oh, I've got side control. All of the defenders picked their one spot, and they knew which way they could have coming for it. They were all funneling back to site. If it wasn't for the fact he opened the angle and still had a skeleton key out, Capcom might not have caught him off guard. It does matter about droning, timing, and making sure that you call out what you're planning. Because he's inside, he's cleared enough of it. His teammates are trying to come down through the main staircase way. They don't have a lot of time or safety to be face checking everything. No drones are set up. They didn't know what was safe, what wasn't. Here comes the biggest problem with Siege. If you do not have the man, you don't have the time, and you don't have the utility, you're in a lot of trouble. It is just being pinged. He could get wallbanged here, which isn't the state you want to see, but you just got to wait and see. Oh, he is tagged actually through electrical window. But again, windows work both ways. C4 or anything else can be used against them.
They have brought a shield this time. They did the first couple of rounds. Maybe that's the deciding factor which they needed to pick up and to push them through these next couple of rounds, since Divoli taking 2 rounds, one being a flawless and the other one being 3 people alive remaining, is still a substantial amount of players remaining to finish up a round. But GK need to switch things up, so they just thought maybe it would be that shield, which might be a little bit better for them. Not much of a shield denial situation, but you do have a couple. You have the smokes, you have 2 C4s, yeah, that's about it. But it's how you play the shield. It's not about you can just rush straight in, guns blazing, stop pistol whipping everywhere. It's how about you play it. But never mind, you're going to see Hungry just going pistol whipping himself. The C4's going to get tossed. It's not detonated. No, I'm not sure why it hasn't been detonated. It might have been shot out all the way, but Hungry's going to be there picking up the kill, trying to secure this rush, as they do have the diffuser down. Smoke go down by that by Hungry, and that'll be 3 for him. I'm going to take my words back about going in guns blazing, because it's just going to work for him. Here's the push straight out. That'll be 4 for him. Will he collect the ace? Last is Scyther all the way upstairs in IT. They know he's up there from the audio from that edge up, as well as him shooting. But Hungry going for these absolute pistol whip kills. A, hilarious, and B, impressive at the same time, as he will get the ace. Hungry doing somewhat seemingly the impossible and acing on the blitz, but guns blazing at the same time. I feel like I was just in an action movie there.
To agree with you. For anyone who didn't catch that, 2 people jumped into sight window. Blitz ran straight through almost the whole hallway, just passing Warden. Warden shot after trying to detonate C4, but it was shot just in time as well, so it couldn't be activated. He still had his phone out. He put it away just in time, but Blitz flashed. Glasses were on, so he was fine. But then it just did not work in their favor. Blitz just becoming a steam train, running over every player, going for the kills, catching off Warwick on his own aggression, and shutting things down. Just hungry, doing every work he can, trying to go for the kills. But for the defense, they're not over yet. Again, they're thinking ahead now. They're thinking like true players. We've got Smoke, we have Goyle, we have Wood, we have Asami, and we've got Pulse. Pulse might be the only one that has a bit of a change on this factor. He has that new SMG pistol. Not new, but you know what I mean.
Forgot about that one.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Surprises every single time. What's your opinion on that new pistol?
I've not got to use it as much as I would like because it didn't come to the operators I actually play. But I do like it just for the fact that fast fire rate wins a lot in Siege. That's why the SMG-11 was taken from Sledge. But also why, with this new pistol being brought, it opens up a lot and speeds up this game quite a bit. You're not just set for the UMP anymore. The shotgun secondary now, having pulse shotgun primary and having the shotgun, this SMG pistol secondary is a huge play, especially for some operators who just like to rush and don't need that primary. But we are gonna have to wait and see how this works for the first match of the night.
I mean, I'm hoping to see some lovely pistol work again, since Hungry's already given us a lot of that at the minute. So hopefully, the Devils to bring it again. Oh, I don't think I've actually seen a pistol ace in quite some time, whether that's on a shield or just in general. But you see Devils just chilling in the basement, having a lovely little look at those suits of armor all the way down there. Trying to spot out any of the players going for verticals, since see playing with that bot from below was detrimental. However, Skipper playing close. It'll be identical shotguns against each other. Now it's just kind of a bit of game of chicken, or a C4 from below. There goes Skipper, and that will be technically a defense shotgun on top, if you can say that. But Patbull trying to free up that catwalk area, getting rid of these Kiva barricades, which will just keep regenerating. As they've kind of GK'd a little bit of a tough situation, and there'll be 2 kills, 0 gunfights. As that will be Patbull going down, no more Grim AoE, as it's just kind of rumbling slowly.
I just like watching the duck away from the nades. Stop. Don't even worry about the fight. We do get to see our first gun kills you had with Goyer getting the first pick. I'm gonna say I'm not sure how I feel about this from DK, but DK answers down. Rexon goes for the ham. He gets the first kill for his team, trying to equalize as much as he can. It's a 4v2. Not a lot of options you have. If you try to jump on the pillar, you know there's a person on the door, but there's also somebody going to be holding the long angle. I'm hoping they have something for this, whether it be drones or whether it be any other utility. Because here's the thing, Rexon still has 1 drone in pocket, just its regular one. So, no gadget. Oh, Warden's flash comes out. That's not going to be a matter for him. There we go. The flash does not save him. Now he's smoked and kept out of sight. Osa can win this, but she's on 1 HP in Dream. All going to come out to how do you play this. Pushed out of sight and gets taken ahead off by the Asami waiting at the rotate hole.
Hungry unfortunately can't ace that one out, especially on that HP. It's not really going to be the greatest in that situation. But, I mean, 5-5. We weren't lying. It's going to be match of the day, I think. I'm expecting an overtime. I'm honestly expecting an overtime.
Defenders,
Do
protect your
we
bombs
want to
from
see an
being used
overtime,
by
or would you
attackers.
prefer like a hard punch here, 2 rounds to nothing right after this? Which one would you prefer?
I prefer a 2 rounds to nothing, but honestly, I'm kind of hoping that we get to see us go to overtime. These are some great teams, and I know neither of them want to lose this. So I'm hoping they'll answer with their own, their own fight, their own grit to try and keep it in. Again, True Grit, fantastic movie. But here is what I want to see. I want to see esports grid. I want to see these guys. Maybe sure we bring the Deimos, we don't bring the Ash, we bring Buck. We make sure to open the angles. Blackbeard try and push them out. As you've seen before, Blitz was a menace, and to the point where he needed to be banned over Blackbeard.
Attackers objective
So,
to locate a bomb and defuse
I'm wondering what their answer is to this. What needs to be done to win the round? Diavoli has, you know, as I said before, equalized. And even after a clutch, it's just going to have to come out to who can push in now and who can shut down early.
I mean, they're going back to basement, which, I mean, bringing the Denari, which we saw from GK, it played out perfectly. They just need to kind of delay as much as they can. Rex is starting us off quite quickly, as Rorik will be taking that control on Pillar, which now they're already in a 3 versus 5, and you're only not even 45 seconds into the round. You still got plenty of time. Deimos spotting out that smoke, is able to push him all the way back to site. Now, what they want is to push them all slowly back towards site and make it become shooting fish in the battle. They spot out Scyther playing on top fish stairs, as Rorik's going to be taking a plentiful amount of damage, as now Scyther's in this peculiar situation where he can't really back down. He's too far. He's in the thick of it, but Rorik's just playing cat and mouse with him as he'll finally pull out the AR and finish him off, as it's down to a 5 versus 2. As it's looking very bleak for Diavoli, as it's just kill after kill, and it's all down for the poor Azami.
Well, this Azami has now been drawn. They know she's in cold here, but one way or another tries to go for the angle, hopefully trying to get the pick. There we go. Coming 4v5. She has to wait for the Blackbeard to drop her shield, but he can't just yet. If he gets close, he can use that brush to push in. Goes for the Deimos, gets the kill, but Blackbeard has you downed. That's it. That is round 6. I'm going to ask you a question. With all the changes that have come to Deimos, such as the fact that now he's been nerfed again to the ground, the shield moves out of place, is, I believe, the actual bring back up timer, not the drop timer, but the bring back up timer for the Blackbeard's gun is actually slowed down on his shield. How do you feel like he's going to be impactful this season?
I still think he's going to be used almost exactly the same. Maybe a little bit more safer, but I still think he's going to be used almost exactly the same. He has less coverage around his shoulders, if I'm not mistaken, when he ADSs. But other than that, I think he's still going to be used almost exactly the same way. It's like just playing with a Blitz, but with just a massive AR in front of you. I think it's not going to impact people's strategy if they do have the Blackbeard on there. However, it does, I'd say, require more like awareness to your surroundings and like your I don't really want to say situational, because it's really not, and your positioning and how you position
Change of
yourself
play style.
Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Attackers are moving out to locate a
But
bomb.
No, I understand that. I do. I'm just thinking because of the fact that Blackbeard's feet can now be seen even when he's just walking. He can't just jump through windows anymore, go for that push through. He does have the ability. Don't get me wrong. He's still got that match where he can just push straight through the wall. But it does take a longer time and to recharge, but it also takes 3 of them. That's all he has now. So, Deimos actually has nobody scanned, which is kind of a problem, especially when your team's not been doing the best with drones. Well, we'll just have to wait and see. They still have 2 in pocket. Maybe they can make me eat my words.
I mean, last time we saw them try and hold upstairs in server and pillar area, got flushed out so quickly by Rorik from that shield, but Rex is going to be put into a little bit of a hard place with enough bullets to take on a whole army, apparently, as he's just going to constantly fire this 90, but he's actually going to be coming out with just about a third of his HP remaining, and so will Rorik after a C4 from under, 2 C4s from underneath, actually, but Packle is actually going to be the first to go down. I say that, never mind, it will be Rorik. That's a 2 kills for nothing on the side of Diavoli. That's going to put them big advantage here, as, you know, that 2 out of 3 are playing on low HP, whereas with Diavoli, you've got everyone up. Just a little slither of HP, as I think Rex is going to slowly walk into these crosshairs, but as you see, they're millimeters away from each other. Absolutely millimeters. Minute 20 on the round. So GK need this kill onto the player. Devils at bottom fish. As it's just come to an absolute standstill. We need like a little drum roll, I feel like, when you're in these situations. In the end, it's going to come to nothing, which I think it will, or a swing, which very, very nearly missed, but never mind. Devil's going to be there.
I gotta say, barely taking the head of the person who's been fighting for an hour is not a great state. But hopefully Devils might be able to be here and catch Hungry off guard. Here's a player jumping in and bending. He might actually be able to get the angle, but he can. Down Skipper, leaving Hungry last man standing. Tries to go for the pre-fire, but cannot finish. Devils answering with his gunplay. Flawless round for Diavoli as well. That's 6-6. That is us going to OT now.
Well, maximum of 3 rounds and a minimum of 2. Who do you think is going to take it? Bear in mind the attack is on Diavoli. GK's back on the defense.
DK's answer of what do we want to do? Bring the new operator, shut down early, slow us down, is probably going to be the best play. So I think DK can take the first round. It's got to be up to the third one. I know we're going to it one way or another because Diavoli just showed us they know how to defend this map. They know how to show us a masterclass. We just have to wait and see.
Very much so. Can I just draw your attention, by the way, to the kills on Diavoli? 3 of their players have double digits. Devil's on 12, Marat's on 10. Is it Ollard?
I was calling it Ariel. Okay.
Ariel. We'll say Ariel. I just can't see that well. I need my glasses. That's what I need. The Nomad on their team at the minute with 15 kills. Oh, fragging. That is
10
insane.
seconds remaining.
Well,
5
that's
seconds
the
left.
point that matters most. The fact that, yes, they are getting kills, but as you can see, their striker on the team, Ariel or Arnold, which one you ever want to pick, are both putting in work, not only on the playmaking side, but being the aggressive support and helping their team. I'm hoping that I get to see something different here because they're bringing a glass on the side of the Diavoli, so maybe they're planning, hey, we'll just smoke it and take the fights ourselves. Don't even worry about the enemies pushing out for us. So we see how this long angle being held and the Zofia on repel, which could actually be bait. One way or another, it's not a state you want to be in, just crossing your teammates' angles. I'm going to ask you something. How often have you been team killed in your own matches recently?
Not at all, actually. None at all. Why, have you got a bone to pick with people?
No, I was thinking about it. It's like, I don't think I've seen that many team kills in Voltage except for like the odd nade or something like that, or C4.
I haven't seen one. Yeah, I've seen more ace than I've been team kills at the minute. Everyone's gotten a lot better with the being trigger happy. And again, you might jinx it.
Well, I might, but for now, we've got a C4 in the hand of Warwick that really wants to come out, and Skipper's got one pre-placed being ready to go be detonated. So maybe there's a time to rush, maybe there's a time to wait and drone. Because for now, they don't have much they can waste. Gotta push up, they have to shut down. And it looks like the first C4 does go out from Warwick, getting the first pick. Ariel is taken out, but Glaz answers with his own, taking Warwick out. Perfect time for a trade. But there's Maestro cams up that are taking out players and shutting people down. Sorry, Sophia getting another pick. And answering with his own, getting the perfect kill.
With a minute 10 remaining, this push still can technically wait if they want to. The Skipper's going to be taking a fair bit of damage to walk back. However, there'll be a player walking inside a pillar. There'll be Marat taking out Skipper, but this Maestro camera is doing absolute bits as Wrexham were able to get a trade. 2 versus 2. Maybe a post-plant situation as a swing round from Electrical. No, that's his teammate. But on catwalk as well as inside of command. Going to be a dangerous plant here for Marat. Smoke counters aren't going to do much, but doing a plentiful amount, and Hungry doing beautifully with this Maestro camera. If he tries to go punch it, he's just going to get shot by Wrexham, but there you go. Maestro camera has gone. Start going for the plant again. No impact to deny it anymore, but they're going to fully swing. This pillar player stops the plant, and now it's a 1v2 situation for the Nomad. 20 seconds remaining. He needs to pull something out here to gain this round, to be 1 foot ahead of GK. Go for a swing towards pillar, but Wrexham and Hungry playing this very safe, holding crosses on each other, and it'll be Hungry to finish it out, winning that 2 versus 2 very nicely, especially with those Maestro cameras. The utility was lovely.
Definitely about that. And we did actually get to see how the Denaris were used that time. They were on the doorways or trying to cut off drone hole angles. One way or another, the players actually couldn't get their drones into sight. So I can't feel bad for the lack of intel, but I have a feeling that this Denari is being used more as a timer, as a way to slow down the opponents and set the pacing up. Hopefully, Divoli can answer with their own. They've got Smoke, Goyo, Warden, Asami, and Valkyrie. This is probably going to be their final defense,
Attackers need to
one way or
locate and
another.
defuse bombs.
I'd call it the penultimate round, but we just have to wait and see.
Activating camera.
No, we don't want to go to every single round that is possible, but I mean, from the way which we've been seeing Diavoli's defense, I think that they have this one in the bag. GK haven't really been able to prod Diavoli with their defenses upstairs. But I think purely for the fact, because obviously it was a flawless, and I don't think they went back upstairs, if I'm not mistaken. It was a flawless for the one round they played, and then that was it. That's all they've seen from them. So
5 seconds
unless
remaining.
GK are able to pull something out of the bag, I wouldn't say a miracle, but
Attackers are heading out to
a
defuse
mastermind of a
bombs.
plan, something has to hopefully switch up for them. But then again, their lineup looking somewhat similar to what Diavoli actually just brought. But then again, bringing that Glaz is apparently what both teams need to try and take up control upstairs. But maybe they'll go for a slightly different approach. From what it seems is going to be an IT take, so keeping the Glaz at the back and then having it hold long angles with or without smoke, and then kind of beelining straight towards site. But soon time will tell.
Well, I do believe right about that, but I also think these players are going to want to tell us a story. One way or another, they're not letting anything slide. Asami is the only one on Deimos' tracker. They're preparing to open the wall. There's nothing to trick it. You have to be prepared for this. Valkyrie just doesn't care. It's going to wait for the window jump in or wait for whatever plan works. Here's the thing that I was worried about. I would have preferred to actually put a Capcom on that doorway, having a Goy on one side and having the crap on the other, just in case somebody did detonate that. Capcom would still be sitting there, it could easily get killed, but Warden is taken off the board, but so is Wrexham. First two huge picks, no longer flawless for either side. So it's going to be up to this Monty. Hungry just going to walk through on the side. He can no longer retreat off of rafters, but that is actually Sammy getting Deimos tracked, hunted, downed, and most likely going to be taken out here, finished. Yep, but there's still a player, Smoke, watching the angle, hopefully trying to get a line of sight onto this Deimos. But it's a 3 versus 4 with a minute and a half left. Goyo is the last person that's able to be tracked by Deimos because he's not got anything left in pocket. Hoping they've got something planned for this. It's going to get electrical quick.
Exactly. Now with GK with the extra player man count, it's going to be a little bit easier for them. They've got a 2-man swing going straight for this Monty. Not be able to do much, but we'll block him away as that'll be a 1-for-1 trade. We Rorik down. Rorik getting the kill, but Skipper also going down at the same time as might have gone back at the wrong time there. As was almost caught at the bottom of the stairs, but see Hungry doing absolute bits with that shield, but Deimos going straight through the floor, taking out our to be 3 for Rorik, and there will be Packball finishing it off for them, and that will be a GG for GK and Diavoli, with GK taking the map on Nighthaven.
Well, I'm not sure how I feel with this. You'll come back your lovely faces in a second and we can give you a quick rundown, but the fact that it's a best of one, that is a heartbreaking defeat to eat, especially going to overtime like that, where it's just evenly split both ways. No other way to handle it, no other way to say it, just good matches, good maps. I'm going to ask you, give me your thoughts, your opinions.
What, just the match as a whole?
Yes.
Match as a whole, I think defense-wise, I think Diavoli had more of a sophisticated, down-to-the-book kind of strategy. They had 2 flawlesses on the defense, whereas GK, I wouldn't say it's sloppy, but it's their way. It's their way, and they liked it. They know how to play it. But when it came to the attacks, it was... I wouldn't say it's constantly bringing out wild cards, but more of whose odd strategy will work the best. And in the end, it was GK. One of the rounds, I don't want to say entirely was won on Hungary's Maestro cameras, but I can almost agree that it entirely was. But as we can see here, the blitz rush. There's the first kill. Starts to keep on pushing on through. I think he collects a second in just a minute or so. Takes a swing out into games. Oh, no mind, it skipped on over. It's all
It
good.
goes on to the
Takes
next
a-
match. Don't worry. It goes on to Bendings. He gets a kill there, comes back, gets another one, and he ends up with the ace by jumping outside and coming back in. But for
Like I said,
now,
it's the win of the weirders. The win of the weirders.
both teams are very weird playstyle, but it did work in their adaptability. It showed that they were actually thinking, and it wasn't just, hey, let's do what we've done 1,000 times. As I did say at the start of this, it felt a lot more ranked than it was Pro League. This wasn't, hey, let's execute the same plan we've done 1,000 times. This was, hey, let's see what's new and challenge it. Let's bring whatever's different and challenge it. And this castle, even getting the first down before losing his life, was still a massive play. It's still important, and it's what matters. I've finally done my analysis. I've finally done my stat tracking. I can say that this match, one way or another, is one of the weirdest I could possibly imagine. Both teams were only one kill different and one death different throughout the whole round. The assist was the difference, 25 to 12. Kills were only 49 to 48. Yeah, it wasn't a kill-based game this time. It was specifically, hey, who takes the rounds? Who shuts down with the utility? Who slows down with time?
Exactly. And you can still see, like I said about the survivability rate here, Hungary with a 57% survivability of the rounds. That is astronomically huge for GK there, having Hungary able to survive these rounds. And I wouldn't say be the winning factor for them, but definitely was there of importance for GK as a whole.
Yeah, what an interesting match to start out the day and the new season with us. And the use of Denari from the side of GK was really interesting, especially in the basement side when we saw it. They forced Team Divoli to push through the hatch and push through it, and the Sledge had to sacrifice himself through it in order to get into the room, which was a very interesting something to see from the side of GK using the new operator on the very first day, on their very first match as well. So with that being said, it's really interesting to see both of those teams facing each other, because again they will be playing each other one more time throughout this stage, because this is a double round robin. So this means every team is going to face the same team twice, which will maybe give a revenge tour, we would say, for Diavoli maybe the next time, we would say. Yeah, and with that being said, guys, do you think anything specifically? Do you think maybe the use of Thermite or Thatcher actually could have been the turning point for Diavoli, and that could have made a difference in the overall result of the game?
You want to go for Drago?
I'm going to say yes. Thermite, if he wasn't banned, could have been a huge play for them, especially because they did like to use the rotation holes. They like to try and make the breaching holes as big as they possible could. They didn't use the tricks where you go for the top and bottom with a banner or with the breaching charges. So I have a feeling that yes, for Thermite, could have given them much better angles, given better options to have them push for site directly. But then Thatcher, I think like he could have been a massive difference instead of Twitch. I love the 417. The 417 can still be meta, but it all comes down to whether the players are comfortable with it or comfortable with, hey, we just got to time everything into the 10 seconds that a Thatcher grenade got.
Yeah, interesting. Chris, do you have anything regarding this match before we go into the break and get ready for the next match of the day?
The main thing which I wanted to point out, like I said earlier, was Diavoli's defenses. Very sophisticated, obviously a couple flawlesses. They were very, very nice. And I think, like Drago as well said, when he obviously finalized all the numbers and everything, it wasn't down to kills, deaths, etc. It was down to positioning and situational awareness. It was purely down to that. Since, I mean, for game of the day, it lived up to its name, most definitely.
Yeah, definitely. And we'll see if the rest of the games will be as hot as this game or maybe a little less spicier. We'll see about that. But before we get into that, we'll take a quick break and we'll be right back with you.
Any early kills possible within the range of possibilities, and again, a revolver is not to be messed around with, but of course with the swing of the shotgun, that's where you find the momentum, and just like that, Lamb has claimed great territory, getting himself in Jackson, and at the same time, claiming a huge...
Just too much to handle. As Eli finds another, it's all going to be left up to Merrick. On the Legion, has to manage to find all of these kills, all 5 of the kills. The pace going down. Is the Two-Mind going to be able to stop it? It's not going to be able to find it as 1 kill comes through, but Cyan.
Decide that for them. As I said here, we've come to opportunities to get rid of these Jaeger ADSs. Shock's able to pick up Leon's. Okay, Sarko just jump straight down. Sure, as he's able to pick up a second. Who let this man loose?
Gonna come out one way or another. Oh, the pre-fire barely missing ahead of Smooth. He's going inside A-ball. It's not in their favor. C4, no, H doesn't land. But Demos doesn't either. He gets taken out. Falcon getting his own pick though, making it a...
This clearing of the roam has been really good from the side of SV, but they need to start pushing their way onto site. They're able to find a kill. Is Joker on this flank? The Valve somehow managed to find upstairs, and they don't know. The comms are not coming through as it was able to on extremely low HP, so really still doable here for the side of Pandemonium, especially with only 18 seconds left. Flashes going to come through this nice cheeky angle, able to find Danu as the kills come through for the side of...
Had the scope up here to waste that point. So top of that, dedicating 3 different bodies to wasting his time and burning and getting frags as a result of it too.
Oh, and now just with a run out, that is real a good attempt from Nelar, going to be able to quickly shut the thought. Oh, the 2-man lead. Garage overtaken. William going to be struggling and pushed back in the moment as Coles keeps on contesting. And Vexless will be found amidst all this chaos with a single escapade towards the Garage side. Just like that, UA are left in a great lead. That will be decreased by 1, but the verticality from Forever Zero takes them. But it simply will not be working as the team has now been shattered, put into flames, and one after another. While though Hauser is still fighting a bit of a battle, losing one, but the 2 are going to be found. The headshot in there for Skipper and all of a sudden DK going to run down to 2 players while one of them a single bullet away from death. CDC, the sign is looking for the swing. Myth have started feeling themselves, but it's going to be Eugene taking these early steps. Had hold their shot at Flash onto the side of Ivana, but it seems like Aqua is going to contest it as Ally finds 2. Prior to it, Neons is in between, is going to be able to get a trade up.
But us setting up any kind of execute onto anything, GK seems to be all over it. And that just comes with that experience of knowing where players are going to be, which ways you can counter it. As GK, a minute and a half in, no, get same run out!
No, not again! You can't keep your eye off of this man! He keeps on...
Well, you're right about that. For now, pre-fire rings out C4 in and does not get the pick though. But now, it's not close to shotgun. Sarker getting one of his own. Taking out another one, Slayer, getting another perfect shot. Vendo, last one standing. Sorry, Nails.
Yeah, very sure we're going for a master over this time around from the side of Psychopath. We do have 2 members of the attacking team working the breach, so it is going to be a split take coming in. Tabaro doing his thing, the Nitro finding its mark as well, just like you predicted.
You need to get rid of it, so they do in the moment given, and Shadow taking a lot of damage from the fire, but mostly even Lamb able to finish the job. Over here, Panahune are going to be keeping up the tempo. A down finish, Lex gets it 3v3, now the EQ of the man count is here, but not for much longer. Siri has been
taking out the shield. Smoke, and the first one rings out. Smoke's fighting for his life. Could be able to back up. Mute's watching from the flank. You can hear somebody destroying the barbed wire. Goes to the swing. Mute gets to the sledge. Sledge misses the SMG-11, but another one from the corner through the going to the back of A side here. If not, might be able to get a pick on 1 or 2 of these players inside. And then just go for the plant maybe. But for now, Blitz is rushing up. Goes to the door. Takes him out early. That's Cole off the board. I don't know where the Asami is, I don't think. So
HP, but 40-second ban advantage. Valorant, they can start to look at side.
But this time around, the crucial thing is we still have the Capital on the board. But once again, the Goya are going to be clutch as Dano finds one for himself. And the 3v2 can seem like a forced issue to claim this match.
Find a pick. The C4 is still in pocket, so this Ash has to be extremely careful about this Mira. Just hear a rip and a comes through, but the kills also come through for the Ash, walking past the angle, able to find the third. No, it was actually
Unpredictable.
Oh my
Still
God.
not a game. Not a game. Not a game, Buffo.
And welcome back, everyone, to the second game of the day, which is going to be between Myth and Psychopaths. It's going to be a very, very interesting match because the last time those two faced each other, it was a victory for Myth, and the time before that was also a victory for Myth. So maybe this is the time for the revenge for Psychopaths. We have to wait and see. And Chris, let me ask you this: do you think this is the time for Psychopaths to get their revenge against a team of Myth? Because right now Psychopaths has 5 points and Myth has 3 points, which says that overall Psychopaths is better. Do you think they are still better, or it's going to be a little bit different of a story here?
I think it's going to be quite different purely for the fact of Myth's new roster. Since obviously the original team which they played previously, if I'm not mistaken, if it was the previous team, not 100%, that will be the defining factor. If it is still the same team, I think this is going to be more motivation for Psychopaths to win this game. It's going to mean more to them. Whereas Myth, they're kind of maybe banking on, oh, we've beat them twice before, we've got this again. So I think Psychopaths, they're going to come at it with full force.
Yeah, and let's quickly take a look at the talent stats and predictions, the predictions. And I want to talk with you, Drago, about this because you see, everyone here said Psychopaths, and our producer Rowan didn't say so. Do you think Rowan is cooking, or maybe he would not be as
Well,
that's
he's
correct.
the one that specifically told me, oh, vote Psychopaths, vote Psychopaths. I was hesitant. I was like, oh, Myth have a chance at this because, yes, it is a different roster. Certain things have changed. Head coaches were switching out, Dynamite, and people were joining in and out. People were leaving. And I was like, okay, with how much the team's changed, there's a little bit of an imbalance. But I honestly think they could take this because I think it was August 6th, the teams had disbanded. So
Yeah,
I want to see the match stats before I say anything one way or the other, because I do think Seeker will have us as a solider team, but it'll count on the players.
yeah, definitely. And quickly, we look at the teams and the maps. The map we will be playing is going to be Bank. So, guys, let us enjoy this map and let us enjoy the casting of this game. And good luck, guys, casting it.
Thank you very much.
All right, let's go see the team stats, and we'll have to give you our opinion of that while the players are all getting set up in the lobby. So we do have Eli, Nixon, Tridley, Eureka, and Cyan. A team that, again, it is a bit different. This is their stats from the previous play days. They're well enough known, but Nixon's the one that has to carry. He has to be the heart and soul of the team, with Eureka being there to back up as another gunner. But Cyan is there as the playmaker. The one that has to go for the plant, go for the strats, hold the drone, support intel. So you can't completely count them out. That's why I do agree with Rowan on, hey, Myth have a chance. But it's not over yet. Not over till Gridlock starts singing. On the opposite side, though, Psychopaths. Christ, you're going to have to go through this.
So we have Forever, Coles, Danu, Raxo, and I say Shirt and Shorten. I mean, all kind of similar as a KDs, apart from Coles hitting us up with a 1.3, with the total kills roughly around the same with Danu. I think, if I'm not mistaken, Danu's the support player with only 17, but the KPRs are still quite actually high overall. Psychopaths as an average, but the survivability a little bit low on a Sherton side. However, they've gone fourth in the standings. There's a reason for it, so don't knock it until we see them play.
Yeah, and we are going to start the match right now. So yeah, good luck for both of the teams, and guys, enjoy the match and let us enjoy your casting as well.
Thank you very much. So, Cries, I'm going to ask you Bank, a map that I love. I like how it's changed. I like how things are done. Give me a rundown. What do you know? What do you don't know?
What I know is that this is going to be a lovely game. Bank is one of my favorites purely for the fact it's one of the oldies. It's been reworked, yes, but it was ages ago since it's been reworked. So it's a comfort map to me. It holds dearly in my heart, as well as the fact there isn't a massive gap between win percentage on attack and defense. Both sides can be played completely differently. You can play wherever you like, and it's still almost a 50-50. So there's so much you can do. You've got a massive sandpit, basically, a massive play area you can play with. It's dear to my heart. I love it so much.
I'm happy to hear you say that, because when I play Bank, I normally bring my Habana, who has been banned out. My Kite has also been banned, so I get nothing nice. Ace and Mirror being taken off as well, especially for a downstairs push. That's probably the best chance that Myth and Sicko have brought themselves, because now it's more of a direct fight. Yes, you can bring Thermite to do Aurora tricking, but you can also just use Fuse to clear it as much as possible. Here's the thing I've always wondered. When Denari's being brought, this is probably the second match we're going to see him being brought, but the first one where his impact should be shown in a much bigger stage. When it comes to downstairs hold, you bring those Goyos, you bring anything you can to keep defenders out of your sight, so I keep attackers out of sight, and your defenders roaming, having fun, bring Tuber out, spawn peek if you want to with the DMR. They don't have ACOGs anymore. You gotta remember this. I do believe Tuber is one of the only operators that has it left. Yep. Thank you, Observer. He does have his DMR. He's got his ACOG, but Goyo doesn't have it anymore. So it's all gonna come down to you need the placement, you need your slots, and you need your time. Din is freaking out, just twitching, afraid about what can happen. Again, remember this. This is their probably second time playing. Oh, Goyo caster first already burned. I do believe that was just an accident, but I might be wrong.
I think so, because there's no Twitch on the board, so that was my first initial thought, but I think he might have maybe placed it on something destructible and it popped, so there will go a fairly decent chunk of his health gone, which is a little bit unfortunate, but, you know, we move. It's something which you can't just have. Mistakes are made, but like I said, it seems like Seiko Patas, they can hear us. They brought the Thatcher with the little triangle which Tridley's made. It looks almost perfect. It's lovely. But that Thatcher is most definitely needed. Whether that's entirely for going towards sight or just for Denari, anything as a whole, you will most definitely need it. But, I mean, with only being a minute in, there's already so much going on in the situation. Denari's going to get Yin Candela. One will pop off, and Cole's straight off the bat taking out Tridley. Be a good use of that Ying, which I won't be surprised if that's going to be the next band operator off the bat, putting Seiko Patas one step forward to winning this round out.
All the fire popped nice and early. Now just regular breach charge on Thatcher, detonates the wall, and gives them line of sight. He actually did see Tuber out there, but he didn't shoot in time. But that's good for both sides. Timer is on in their favor, but Patch is being opened by Ying again, being a menace this round. Cole's getting a double kill to start us with. Having it 3v5 and a minute left isn't the place you want to be, especially with all of the Goyo assets being used quickly. Sens opens it up and gives a line of sight where they could actually go for the timer. If you remember how Sens had changed, give me a rundown why and how Sens changed.
I won't let you. I can't actually fully remember how Sens has changed.
Well, I can. Forever just did actually get a kill, taking out the Goyo. So, Sens now only works for Gadget when you go and use the ability. So when those are laid down and you trigger them, that's when it actually starts timing down. If you can just tap them away, disable enough battery, or just don't use them until the last moment you need them, it's a great play. Now, Brass gets out, survives. Forever getting a second kill, taking out the smoke. It is now just up to the Maestro with his cameras, but he couldn't stop the plant with him because they were all destroyed. One way or another, this Fuse and the team have been menaces, but Fuse runs up and gets the kill, shooting Maestro in the back in gold vault.
See, sometimes I feel like I've entirely missed so much. I feel like you're my little updater for me.
I'll just
I
got the
miss
patch
so
that's open. I've got the user patch that's open to my left.
Well, first round going towards Seiko Patas. We're one step closer to proving Ruin wrong. Anyway, I'd like to keep my casting job, thank you, Rune. Anyway, going on to round 2. Now, round 1, it didn't go the greatest. The start isn't the nicest for Myth. They lost control of blue stairs very quickly. This Ying proved very, very effective, which I think they paired it with the EMP of a Thatcher, so it allowed the Ying just to walk straight through, or just hit them. One, but closing out the round, got that plant up. It seemed to me it was very textbook, like down to paper, very basic take, really. If I'm wrong, you can correct me.
I'm not going to say it was basic. It came out to, this is probably the best way to handle it. They've droned out what the opponents had brought, and they took it quite convincingly. My problem comes out to, this is open area. Unless somebody's reinforcing, making sure to keep everything's closed, and playing upstairs, like this Valkyrie is, if she gets taken away, this Fuse has a heyday. And two, please remember that Ying has the new SMG pistol as well, but I don't think we're going to end up seeing it until she runs out of ammo, which with that drum mag, it's not likely the case. But now, we get to see a knock, hopefully trying to sneak her way in. Those Valkyrie cameras can't spot her unless she sprints, and her timer doesn't tick away for the same reason.
I think she's just millimeters away from going into the person behind reception, but instead going to go to the Valkyrie instead, and there will go Tridley. That Valkyrie going down early is not what you need, but Eli just getting the information of the player above. It's going to be quite unfortunate there. Seems the luck is not on the side of Myth. It's Tridley going down earlier than last round. It was, I think it was Eli on the Maestro taking a lot of damage. Whilst putting the Maestro cameras up, or the Goya canisters. Now, making their way into closet, trying to open up these long angles, trying to secure a quick plant, potentially. But no, it'll be Nixon responding, taking out Coles. And there will go that Ying. Probably the next bang going to be taken out. Now, coming down to the halfway mark, it seems like Seeker Paddles want to take these rounds quickly, swiftly. Maybe try and get an execute down later in the round once they've got this roam cleared done quickly. But it seems like Myth have slowed them down quite a fair bit, and it's maybe biting them back.
You believe you're right about that, especially in 4v4 with timer taking away. They kind of need to be able to push in early, but this Fuse is stuck outside. But they're trying to clear as much as they can. Beeper has revealed where Daniel's position is, but Ellie's there, just trying to get something. But Eric actually gets 2 picks, taking out 4 and another one, just making sure that that's 2v4. Not a great position for being as an attacker, but Dino actually gets a kill, takes out a castle, but he's down in the engagement by the castle sword. That's sentry off the board. Now it's just up to the Fuse. He has to go for the Fuser, has to go for his gadget, but he catches player coming up square stairs, gets the first pick, that's Nixon off the board. It's now a 2v1, which is a much better state. The only problem is the line of sight. Eric gets the kill. Erika or Eric? How do you think that's pronounced?
Akari.
Akari, never mind, I'm completely off.
It's all good.
My brain
Yeah,
sees a U, not an E, I don't know why.
It's alright, I thought Eli at the start was just Yen, N.
No, I thought it was Ella. My brain is not there today, but it's fine. But now we have a Sammy, Clash, Mute, Jaeger, and Castle being brought by Myth. Knock, Flores, Thermite, Twitch, and Blackbeard being brought. Now we're going upstairs a second time. We've seen how quickly that Knock actually was able to make it upstairs, because unless somebody's got a physical line of sight or she sprints, you can't see her on cameras. That is one of the more important parts of why she's so strong on a map like Bank, where camera phantom presence is essential. But one way or another, we're going to head to this top floor and hopefully have a way to shut down.
Now, it adds to their statistics of having an opening kill win, since drawing those back is, well, an estimate between teams. It's between a 20 and a 30% win percentage when you have the first death. So it's quite impressive for them to bring that one back. Which I think...
Defenders, protect your
Oh, never mind. No, we've been blessed. It's back. No? Oh, he already left.
One player's been disconnected. So
Oh.
you'll have to come back to our lovely faces just for 2 seconds. So, Fancy, I'm not sure if you heard what we were talking about, but new operators, phantom presence on Bank, how operators like Doc can be so strong. Is there anything you want to give your 2 cents on?
Well, it's going to be a little bit different now because, as you all know, the defenders has lost their ability to have scopes unless the magnifying scopes, unless they have a DMR, which is in this case, Doc doesn't have it anymore. So Doc, I don't think is going to be a better option. I would say more than, for example, Aruni or Tubaro or the Qaed if he's available, or the Maestro even because we sometimes see him sometimes getting played in bank. So I don't think specifically Doc can be used as he used to be played before, and especially now with the new operator Denari being available for a map like bank. I think Denari can be very useful more than Doc. Of course, depends on how the team would like to play, because it depends on the way the team plays, the play style and the position of each operator and each player. That would make one operator more better than other. And we even saw the use of Denari on the top of the door of Blue Stairs. And the trick that Psychopathus used was very, very interesting and smart, because they just rolled the ink and then they AMP'd the Denari in the same time to make sure they can be pushing the person on the stairs, which a live example of how can Thatcher, a simple Thatcher, can be a direct counter to Denari.
I mean, it seems like that Psychopathus kind of like heard us from the last time, saying to bring the Thatcher, bring the Thatcher. Because it seems like, I think Thatcher's either ban rate or pick rate is going to skyrocket this season. Either one of them. Once everyone figures out that the EMP is going to be the key component into countering Denari, I think it's going to be one of the strongest things.
Definitely. Drago, do you think you have a setup here as well in bank? Because we heard about your setup in cafe.
I think you can. There's a problem. I'm just thinking about it now. So, two problems, two big ones. If you're defending upstairs, double windows, just having one Denari just straight across, gets both of them blocked at least for 20 seconds at a time. Then you also have the idea of you could probably put one from janitor door all the way to the top of square, connecting like a sort of triangle.
Oh wow!
And then also having a long one that goes even further down. Because here's the thing: yes, you can connect them as one straight symbol, but the utility of it comes from everyone hitting multiple at the same time. So whether you have it from just going straight from top of square door all the way to where gold staircase is, or banana, depending on how you call it, you could actually have it so it's multiple lines back and forth just from there. Meaning that if one person tries to walk through square door and doesn't see it, you don't take damage immediately.
Yeah.
I do believe we're going to go into the match in a second. So, Fancy, final words?
Yeah, I hope we see more of Denari and the crazy strats the teams are pulling. And yeah, let's enjoy the match again and see how are both of the teams going to be playing that operator.
What about that? Let's head in. Prize. Quick question for you, quick punishment for me. I need to know.
Go on then.
When it comes to your analyst work, as you do, how often do you think about operator pick rates between your teams?
As in when I'm looking at the other team, or when I'm looking at my team as a whole?
Your team as a whole.
My team. So, this all goes for everyone who's trying to do all of that. The best thing, in my opinion, is trying to diverse it as much as possible. Don't make patterns. So, one of the things which you are going to see is you're going to see a lot of patterns when it comes to certain operators, such as your Thermite, your Ace. You can't do nothing really about them unless you want to ban them out. Anything like that. But
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
I'm going to have to come back to our faces in a quick second. But anyway, like I was saying, you don't want to create yourself and your own pattern. So picking up the Denari every single round, people are going to be like, okay, they're just going to play Denari. Most of the time, if you're going to ban it out, which I don't think that's the right option, most of the time you want to play against it. You want to know that it's there. Banning it straight out is not the right way. If you want to kind of, cast out your bait and reel them into it, and kind of punish them from that. So if they're going to bring the Denari, have like Seeker Pattus, as we just saw, a lovely Ying Thatcher combo. They know they're probably going to bring the Denari, new operator. Not many people are going to know how to counter it. Seeker Pattus clearly done their homework. So they've played that perfectly, and I think that's the best way to do it. Just don't create a simple pattern.
Yeah, and I think there's a lot of tricks to use the way to use as an operator of the Denari, as you said.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm just thinking about it because when it comes to an operator like Denari, who's useful on every map possible, just because there's drone holes, there's things you can block, there's long lines of sight, things like that. It's not situational like, let's say, a Ying, where she's only good at plant situations, or somebody like Mira, who's only good when you're trying to play with more open and aggressive sight. It's more about, hey, I can be done on anything. What do you want?
Yeah, and I think also the idea that you just mentioned, which is the line of sight, because as you know, the main idea of the operator or the gadget is to play it like in line of sight of each other. So I think that can also be used as a trick sometimes. Maybe this is more situational than other things that can be used or other tricks. So I think, like for example, if you put an Azami in between, or a barricade in between, or a shield, or anything in between, and then it gets like opened that line of sight, that's going to be creating a problem, because the attackers, usually wouldn't think to look at certain spots when they're pushing, because that's going to be like, why would I look at that angle? Because I know there is nothing there. But suddenly, when they open that door, or open a breach, or remove that Azami, they find the laser, they find themselves between one or two lasers, and then they suddenly get zapped. That's going to be a little bit of a tricky. Even the tricks that we saw when the test server came out, of using it on the stairs, that is also a game changing, because there's a lot of rounds, or a lot of sites has stairs that you have to go through to get to the site, like for example basement clubhouse, or for example non-competitive map like Oregon in the freezer, or the back tower stairs. Stuff like that is going to be problematic, because usually teams never look at those areas before.
If you want a fun little trick, which I found out myself, which I did see a little bit online as well, so I'm not claiming it as my own. If you know that they are going to rush a certain window or door, the little trick you can do is, if you put 4 of them facing the window or underneath, etc., and then you place the last one where it will be in line. You throw one of them outside, so it's in line with all 4. Only a line will be created underneath the window. However, as soon as they like shield rush through it, or they immediately break open it and jump right through, immediate connection between all of them lasers, immediate kill. It is lovely. Absolutely lovely.
That reminds me of the thermite trick I've seen, where you can kill thermite immediately. You can't stop the gadget, but you can get a free kill. The moment the wall breaks and he stepped back, it's instantly done.
Now, one thing I want to talk about. Do we think we're going to see Rook in competitive play yet?
Yes.
He has a C4, and now he has the Reaper. I don't think it's enough to push him into the comp scene, purely for the fact there is no utility there, but as in like operator-wise utility. But do you think there's enough in terms of the guns and C4?
I'm going to tell you this now. His win delta, per operation versus presence, blah, 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 all that stuff, he was always on the underpicked or overpicked for 2 strong on both sides, no matter which rank you looked at, no matter which playstyle, console or PC. Statistically, he has played a lot more on console. He's played a lot more on ranked. But it's the fact of, you just needed the secondary. I love the Magnum revolver, don't get me wrong. But it needs more, and that him getting that capability of having the Reaper and having the C4 is exactly what you need.
You Pixel?
I think hot take. I think if we give him a shield instead, I think it's going to be way better.
No, I'm saying no to that. The same reason I'm saying no to the fact that Echo, he got a stat technically buffed, debuffed, up to you how you see it. He is no longer a 3 armor. He is now a 2. So he is faster. He is stronger. I don't want to fit.
No, as much I'll tell you something.
Small big.
Nah. I'll tell you something. I think Echo has been the spoiled baby of defenders for the depths, because every time they like do something to him, like all the defenders lost their ACOGs, and what happens? Echo becomes 2 speed. What about the other poor guys, Frost or Castle or Azami? Like,
okay, I can understand that, but then you got to remember that Orcs didn't get a nerf. Orcs didn't get changed at all. He got the gun, that was it. Legion got his super shorting removed. He got nerfed, and that's a hard.
No, man. Ignore me.
Legion got a set his shorting removed, and that's the worst part of it. Rook, as you said, remove the observation blocker, got a C4, and now hopefully plays can start. The issue I see is the fact that Sentry got the TCSG shock. He got that slow shotgun back. Something that I do love to bits, but something I need more than just that for Sentry to be viable.
I'll tell you something.
Yep.
Tell you something. You know who are the 2 more operators I think are going to be played more? Pulse and Sledge.
Oh, very much so.
Yeah, I can see that 100%. But I can definitely see with the Pulse, as obviously we saw the Diavoli game as playing in the basement. I'm not 100% if he even brought the is it the Reaper Mark II? Is Mark II into it? Yeah. I'm not sure if he even brought it, but then again, I think Pulse as a whole, I think he's slightly just underrated within the comp scene. Granted, it is a little bit situational, but I do think he's slightly a bit underrated, which I think his colours will start to shine since this new season.
But yeah, I think also now Sledge, since the fact that he lost his SMG, now getting this, maybe not so equivalent to the SMG, but this is going to get him a boost back to where he used to be. I think this is going to be a good step for Sledge players as well.
Very much so. As well, also you've seen the new esports sets which they have brought out. They look very, very, very fancy schmancy. I know. I think it was me and the Observer Heart. We were taking a peek at them before the game. Have you guys seen them?
I've seen it. I do like the Deimos gold and black. It looks more like the Manchester Major one. I feel like that one should have come out a little bit more, or at least giving us the pistol as it's like a separate skin. But again.
Which one is your favorite so far, guys? Did you think any other ones to like take a look at or keep an eye out? Because I have some credit I want to spend, so I think maybe it's time to get one of those bundles.
Get the new G2 one when it comes out. Oh, sorry.
He says get the G2 one. My case has always been. So, if you want something nice, something fancy, use the content creator codes, get the charms, but then also go pick up for a team that you actually support. I've got some M&M ones that Org's no longer around, of course.
The good
but
old
I
days,
keep those. Yeah, I've got those ones. They're going to sit there happily. Don't worry about those. The one I'm going to pick up next, either, and I mean this in the nicest way, Black Dragons. Standard name for me. I always used to pick up the dragon ones every season. But I'm also going to think about getting the new M80 skins. Those actually look really nice to me. Just got to wait and see. If there's a skin you like, if there's an elite you want, yes. I'm waiting to see what else comes out soon. The Valkyrie skin, I love it to bits. But I can't get over how the reload animation looks. I would have much preferred like a throw into the air, catches in the gun or something like that. But the weapon inspection. Now we can actually see the guns that we're using, and it looks class, especially with the Kaid Legacy one that we got, the Deimos Legacy one we got. Both are important, but the M80 full skin for Capita, the head, just chef's kiss.
I mean, one of the other ones, which if you're going to spend your credits, I'd say actually spend it on this one, in my opinion. I don't know if it's still in the store, but the cancer research one. All the money
Oh.
goes towards donations with the towards the cancer research. It's not the UK one; it's just as a whole, isn't it?
That's
yes.
the Zami, right?
Yeah, the Azami's going to
It
pink.
was
Oh
the
yeah,
Zami.
I have that one. Yeah, already.
Yeah, because they raised just under 280,000 euros just on that skin when they released it to today, which is absolutely amazing. Since I think it was last year, it was either last year or the year before. It was Twitch, wasn't it?
It was Twitch.
Yeah.
I do
That's a
remember.
very-
I've been
very
picking
nice
them up
skin.
since. The only one I didn't buy was the Zami one this time, but I'm going to go pick it up at some point because I know I was like, hey, don't haven't been paid yet. I'll wait. I'll get it eventually. Rowan will eventually pay me, and it'll be fine. But the next skin I want to get is going to be because I got the Christmas Monty one all those years ago. I never got the rest of it. Like I never got the shield to go with him, Black Ice. I didn't get anything like that. And I feel like going to the R6 marketplace is probably going to be my best chance to get those. Or
I'll tell you something.
go ahead.
Since we were waiting on the players to get ready while we're doing the rehost, I want you to go to the marketplace because now you can buy the packs from the marketplace. Go get some packs and open it, and we will go on a break until the teams get ready, and you can open the pack and maybe you get the rest of the Monty.
All right, let's go see. Oh wow, you can buy the packs now. So is that intentional? Is that part of the plan? I feel like
Yeah.
that's a bit weird, but you can buy celebration packs 703.
Yeah, that
I know.
is part of the plan.
No duplicates again. You got to remember the celebration packs didn't have any duplicates, but 703 R6 credits. I have enough. The
Okay.
temptation is strong, but again, you know what I always do as well? Low ball. I go for like half and just leave it and see. That's how I got so many black ices at one point. I was like, you know what? I'll send 25 R6 credits, 25 R6 credits, and just kept doing that, and I got it. And I was like, all right, well,
Well,
Gold,
if
gold,
if it ain't broken, don't fix it. But until then, we will go for a quick break until the players are back in the lobby and we get back into the match.
you open one.
And welcome back, everyone. And with this time, we're gonna have a small update because unfortunately, there are some technical difficulties for one of the players, or actually more than one of the players in the match that we were playing. So, unfortunately, with that being said, this match is going to be delayed and going to be played off the stream, and we will be letting you updating you with the results of this match when it gets played and the results of that match later on. But with that without further ado, we're going to get into the third match of the day, and we're gonna delay this match for later on. And with that, we're going to get into Ryujin versus Panahoni. But before we get into that match and we start speaking about that match, we're gonna take a quick break, and then we will be back with you to explain and talk about everything regarding that match.
Any early kills possible within the range of possibilities, and again, that revolver is not to be messed around with. But of course, with the swing of the shotgun, that's where you find the momentum. And just like that, Lamb has claimed great territory, getting himself in Johnson, and at the same time, claiming a huge.
Just too much to handle. As Eli finds another, it's all going to be left up to Merrick. On the Legion, has to manage to find all of these kills, all 5 of the kills. The pace going down. Is the Dumine going to be able to stop it? It's not going to be able to find it. It's 1 kill comes through for Cyan.
Decide that for them. As I said here, we've come opportunities to get rid of these Jaeger ADSs. Shock's able to pick up Leon's. Okay, Sarko just jump straight down. Sure, as he's able to pick up a second. Who let this man loose?
Now, it's going to come out one way or another. Oh, the pre-fire barely missing ahead of Smooth. Swings had A-bomb. It's not in their favor. C4, no, and he just doesn't land. But Deimos doesn't either. He gets taken out. Falcon getting his own pick though, making it a 2.
This clearing of the roam has been really good from the side of SV, but they need to start pushing their way onto site. They're able to find a kill. Is Joker on this flank? The Valk somehow managed to find upstairs, and they don't know. The bombs are not coming through as it was able to on extremely low HP, so really still doable here for the side of Pandemonium, especially with only 18 seconds left. Flashes going to come through this nice cheeky angle, able to find Danu as the kills come through for the side of
Have to scope that through to waste that time. To top of that, dedicating 3 different bodies, wasting his time and burning and getting frags as a result of it too.
Oh, and now just with a run out, that is a good attempt, but Neil are going to be able to quickly shut the thought. Oh, the 2-man lead. Garage overtaken. Wing going to be struggling and pushed back in the moment as Coles keeps on contesting. And Vexless will be found amidst all this chaos with a single escapade towards the Garage side. Just like that, UA are left in a great lead. That will be decreased by 1, but the verticality from Forever Zero takes them. But it simply will not be working as the team has now been shattered, put into flames, and one after another. While though Hauser is still fighting a bit of a battle, losing one, but the 2 are going to be found. Headshotting there with Skipper and all of a sudden DK going to be left down to 2 players while one of them a single bullet away from death. CDC, as Cyan is looking for the swing, men have started feeling themselves, but it's going to be Eugen taking these early steps, had hold their shot at Flash onto the side of Ivana, but it seems like Aqua's going to be contested as Ally finds 2. Prior to it, Niaz is in between, is going to be able to get a trade up.
But that's setting up any kind of execute onto anything. GK seems to be all over it, and that just comes with that experience of knowing where players are going to be, which ways you can counter it. As GK, minute and a half in, not again, same run out!
No, not again! You can't keep your eye off of this man! He keeps on...
Well, you're right about that. For now, pre-fire rings out C4 in and does not get the pick though. Even now.
Welcome back, everyone, after the quick break, and today we're gonna get into right now we're gonna get into the third match of today, which is going to be Panahoni and Team Ryujin. Of course, this is going to be a very important match for both of the teams because they have been fighting together. They have been fighting against each other for a lot of the time, and this is going to be a very important match as well for both of them. So guys, let's talk about the both of the teams, because Panahoni here has 7 points, Ryujin has 3 points, so this is going to be a lot of rivalry between them. So Christ, do you think, let's take a look at the map we will be playing and the map ban. And do you think the map that we'll be going to is going to change how the things between those two teams? So while we're speaking, this is going to be the map that we're playing, which is going to be Consulate.
Now, this map in particular is going to decide it, I think, almost entirely purely for the fact that previously, the last time these two played in Voltage Series was during Qualifier 2, which was on, as you guessed it, Consulate. Now,
Yeah.
Panahoon won 7-5 on this map. Now, maybe Ryujin are coming back with revenge. They've studied this map. They went over the VODs on how Panahoon played it, etc. And I'm going to assume it's going to be a lot closer game than what we saw previously in the qualifiers. I think we're going to see overtime within this one.
Yeah, and Drago, do you think the same, or do you? Let's take a look, because this talent prediction was a little bit different. I want to talk about the talent prediction with you in this one, because you are the only person who said Ryujin will win in this match.
You know me, I have to back the Dragons regardless, but I actually have a good reason for this. Yes, the previous match they did play was on this exact same map. Ryujin actually lost 5-7. It was a closer match than they would have probably liked. There wasn't times where it came down to just one man standing. So I'm gonna have to say, I need to see how Ryujin have improved. I believe they can win this, but Hana1 is not ready to give up yet. They never are.
Yeah, and it's going to be a very interesting match to see both of them once again play in the same map with the new season. Also, not only Denari is gonna be there, but also Consulate now is going to look a little bit different than what we used to, because of the changes from Siege X. So it's going to be a lot of new factors for both of the teams. And speaking of which, let's talk about the stats of the players real quickly before we get into the game. Just take a glimpse of the players. Hoxie here with a 31 kills so far from the side of Ryujin. I think this is going to be a very interesting to see. And on the other side, Panahoni, also there's a 28 kill from Nifsu. And this is going to be a very interesting match with the amount of frags the top two players have, and I think it's going to be very interesting. So without further ado, guys, let's go into the match and let's see what both of the teams are gonna do in this match, and see if Star Drago is going to be correct and proving all of us wrong in the prediction or not.
You know I gotta be an outlier, just have to be. But I'm gonna point out quickly, because yes, their stats are kind of insane, like for Nifu. Both sides still have mainly positive KDs, or like 0.9. Hanu is the only one with a 0.5 on Nyx. So that's, yes, it doesn't answer the point. It doesn't make everything like, oh, it's gonna go to one side, it's gonna go to the other. I feel like this is another match where it's not gonna be just a kills heavy game. Hanu stats, yes, we've got 1.0s across the board. We've got total kills being 14 to 14 or 20 to 19, with the other one being 28 to 12. But that was before. This is now. We know Ryujin. I've seen them play. I've called them out several times on certain plays they've done. North, Neos was the one who was the surprising factor next to him, and how Hosey just dominated. So hopefully
let's
we get to see
go
this
into
match
the
and
match and see if you're correct or not.
Right, let's get right into this lovely, lovely new reworked map. I'm glad to see Consulate still getting some love from this episode. It's one of my favorites. It's always been dear to my heart. It has, Drago.
You're the only person who's going, I can believe, would say that, because for now, I've been playing on this map. I've been seeing what Capcan can do, and for some reason, Capcan still one-shot downs me on this map. Tachanka multi-band, yep. That is something I've come across way more often, because Tachanka is very strong on the top floor and the basement. Those angles, the ability to bounce his gadget similar to Grim, is very impactful. But now, I'm going to have to ask you, we get to see a smoke ban, right? Yep, smoke and Ying. I know this ban because this feels like my rank match I played just before coming onto the stream. I need to see that somebody has to bring a Goyo on defense in the first round that's going to accidentally either spawn peek or get himself killed thinking he had an ACOG. That doesn't look like it's going to be the case, so it's not going to be the same repeat, thankfully. We get to see Fenrir, Warden, Legion, Lucy, and Mute Prop. They're going piano. That's going to be a bit of a strange one to start with, but I understand people are now liking the middle floors a bit more.
Attackers need to locate.
Would you like a fun fact?
bombs if they can.
Go ahead.
So even though that Panahoon are currently third on 7 points, if they take this game 7-2, 7-1, or 7-0, they will go straight to first because of round differential. If they win 7-3, then they will be tied with GK right at the top. Which I can't. Can you remember which one of the two? I think GK beat Panahoon before. I'm not mistaken.
DK did in fact beat Panahoon recently. Did we think it was also on this map? It was the last time they played on this? But
yeah.
But now I'm wondering something else, and I hope I'm wrong. This is the map. This is the specific site that I love to bring the new operator on, and the fact that we're not seeing it makes me wonder if they've got something planned.
Yeah, I'm hoping that something is going to be brought. Since Panahoon going obviously piano first, it's a bit of a strong play that you're going to go first. Now, having plentiful amount of either shield denial or plant denial is what Panahoon are going to need to bring every single round. Since that smoke, that Tachanka's gone, it's going to be quite a tough time if you're going to try and do any denial of either of those two things I mentioned. Now, you see they've adapted nicely. They've brought C4s, they've brought Fenris, the Warden, Legion, and Melusi. They've just entirely brought anti-shield and anti-plant setups. They're planning for it. Since there's big red flags going off everywhere after those bans, but I mean, there's nothing really much else they could plan for other than that.
You might be right about that. This Blackbird does have his jitters while this Legion is getting out of there safely. But one way or another, they don't have a lot of time to waste. A minute's already passed by. I'm kind of hoping, since Deimos is tracking Melusi, they know there's players upstairs. They found the second one with Fenrir, but they can't really push them out yet. They've just got to take the direct challenge one way or another. Blackbird's toes are able to get seen, but the shotgun rings out and gets the first kill. Warden actually going to get finished just as he did finish off Deimos. So it's actually going to be a split of 4-3. I'm going to say, I don't know how the mute died.
I'm not actually sure myself, but they still have that presence upstairs, which is going to make it a little bit hard for Raijin still. Trying to grasp onto this vertical control by Panahoon. So losing it out not early, but at a decent time as a whole is going to do them quite nicely. Lovely little impact trick there from Nikes. But, I mean, they've got a minute remaining. Need to flush out the rest of the players inside a site or take the picks, but they haven't fully dealt with this player upstairs. It seems like they're going to just try and basically ignore him for the time being. They've got to be careful and not to let the vertical, after they've just claimed it, lose it straight away. They've still got the one player upstairs, which will be YMK on that Nomad, but now they've ran their time down almost infinitely. Raijin, I'm not sure if it was purposeful, just taking their time, but a little bit of swing all the way onto the long hallway. Pozo taking a little bit of damage, but with 25 seconds remaining, this Blackbeard is going to be spearheading straight towards site. There's a lovely little flank. We'll do a little bit of damage, but it's not going to be enough, as that Blackbeard's still going to be alive after he was able to get a pick down to a 4 versus 2, but 15 seconds remaining. Time might go against them. You can still see that player above. That's what might be the driving factor. There you go. A team Cade. Not sure what's going on there as Pozo takes out Nulf. Vertical. Not sure if he's going to be able to come out. He's able to spot out one. He's going to spot out the player, which he will with 2 seconds remaining. 2 versus 1. It's all down to YMK, and that will be a 2 versus 4 clutch for Panahoon. Not sure what's going on there, especially with that TK. But that will answer your question on that the Nighthaven game. We haven't seen a TK in a while, and Ryujin will give it to us on a silver platter.
I'm not sure as to why that happened either. I'm trying to think maybe he's looking through the hatch, and Capcom moved backwards into it. I'm hoping there's a reason for it. But for now, we've got Source. We get to see the Capcom on this, again, revamped, modernized map. Legion, Kai, and Mira. Capcan's the one that I'm hoping to see a playmaker here, or at least have a Capcan trap that gets a kill that's hits a red pipe. That'd be interesting, but also devastating.
Exactly, but you see your favorite operator coming out on the other side. Just
Attackers have
lovely
located
Russian man.
I can't agree more, but I'm also worried because, as we can see, they're reinforcing to hold it. They've got the Solus upstairs. The drones have spotted her out, so they're gonna have to help take top floor control. First floor, top floor, everything has to be taken. They're gonna do an extended hold all the way to office, it looks like. Yeah, Visa office, while also holding the top floor with Legion and Piano. One way or another, you don't have a lot of options if you spread yourself too thin like this. Hatches open to B site, they can just go for a hot drop, go for a plant, take as much as they can. These Capcan traps, again, there's no damage buff to Capcan, it's just the fact that he now works better with certain maps. We just have to wait and see how this plays out for them. I'm gonna ask you, do you think Solus is gonna be able to be used here for her gadget or her gun?
I'm gonna say a bit of both. Using that Solus to try and find out either where that these nomads are placed, since it can give you a fair decent bit of information, especially if they're on cameras, but there's not really much they can spot of importance. Obviously, if you get Deimos tracks, she can track that little drone roaming around near the Deimos themselves, but other than that, it's just that and the nomad. So I think it's going to be more of like a 75% gun in the situation.
Okay, I can see that.
Well, it seems like they're trying to get their roam clear down, but never mind. Speaking of that Deimos, Rastin's going to be taking him out very quickly, and there will go any of your roam clear. Now, taking out the roam clear so much earlier is going to be doing you plentiful amount of favors, but the trade-off is there. I think it was Pozo who will take the trade out onto the Capcan. However, with Capcan, you don't really have much in terms of mid-game possibilities, and there you go, there's good evidence of it. It is a put down and just leave it there and hope it does its job, which it does. North is very lucky that they are a 3 armor, if I'm not mistaken. Ram is now.
I do believe you're right, yes.
But with a minute remaining, it doesn't seem like Ryujin have made much progress towards the actual first floor, let alone basement.
No, and the fact that there's still the souls hiding up here on first floor, not been drugged out, not had any problem, and left to run drone free. There is an Aurora just in case they want to try and close up the side doors, go for the drop and maybe plant behind pillar, but there's a lot they have to factor in. They've only got a minute left. The source is on the board and can just come back to site now. 50 seconds, not a lot of options. These drones are here, but again, wall's not breached and they can't seem to get the Sky charge. It's perfectly nuzzled away. I've got to say, that's tough. I have used this one myself a couple times. It is difficult to get, but when you finally do get it, do not miss it again.
It'd be really hilarious if it just puts the other one back on.
Just been a yeet from across the side. But 23 seconds to go, they have to push in. I think these are going to get a bit more electric here.
They're trying to get one pick. A little bit of cheeky on Lamb is able to pick up one, but they're trying to go for the plant here. But Pozo taking these smokes out. There's any way in, but he's able to pick up one. Lamb goes down. The plant doesn't start to, but Nifty's able to respond against YMK as Halv will pick up one as it's a kill fest. Now it's down to Nolf, but ran out of time entirely. And that will be another round for Panahun. It seems like these target bans from Ryujin, I'd say, are biting them back. Since they've prepped so much for this upstairs, they haven't even gone to it apart from now.
I do believe you're right in that, and especially for the fact that we can see that, hey, they're losing the bans. Yes, they're losing the gunfights, but it's actually coming down to the fact that, yes, that timer is working against them hard. No round have we had a complete wipe of all players. No round have we had everyone die. It's just, hey, the timer's ticking away and your diffuser was stopped in the last 10 seconds by gun skill.
Attackers need to
Dormite ran through the rotation trying to go for the kill and push it into Bakery where he thought it'd be safer. Sorry, into Break Room, but it just didn't work out in his favor. I'm hoping that they can make up for this in a different way. The fact that Clash is now being brought, they have to expect it. They have to be able to shut it down early. This should be the area they win because they got rid of their 2 biggest opponents in this one. But I'm still not sure.
They're trying to hide that Clash from, would we say Nikes? Would we say Nikes?
Knicks, Nikes, Howies. Knicks.
I'll say
Nikes.
Knicks. We'll say Knicks. It's much easier.
5 seconds.
Oh, Knicks trying to hold that clash and keep it a little secret, which I think they've actually done
Attackers must locate and
successfully.
defuse the bomb.
But obviously, having no Tachanka, having no smoke, it's going to prove them quite difficult trying to hold that big window or trying to go for a default plant all the way on the projector side. But seeing a bit of aggression from Lamb, which will be punished by Neos very early. Instead, it will be the aggressor taking out rather than the Deimos being taken out instead. But an early kill, early roll from Raijin. Now, all they really need to do in this situation is convert it for themselves.
You're all right. They do have the man advantage. The fact that they lost in Ella, yes, her gadget is passive, but the gun is the reason you pick her. And the fact that we do have the new operator bringing it does give them an option for next round. Biggest problem I see here, and I do mean it to bits, is going to be the fact that those floor drones are going to be here to clear as much of sight, but also the Nomad is going to be a direct counter to Clash if it can work in their favor. I'm hoping that they can actually hear what's going on outside this. Oh, Clash has now been spotted because she walked out the breach, and she's just now able to reinforce it now. It does not matter. I didn't even realize that wall wasn't reinforced.
Do you think it was potentially a mistake for them, or they purposely left it like that?
I feel like it just left like that. They thought they would get an early kill just by EMP, walk out, go for it. But no. Oh, Blackbeard is heard. The Goyo tries to make his way into causing a little bit of havoc and mayhem, but he can't. Now, they're just gonna have to wait and see. Clash is here walking up on the Blackbeard, pushing him back. Deimos only has Clash and Asami able to be spotted. But the Deimos is now caught in the corner with a nade bouncing back. Luckily, not bouncing behind her. She walks up on Blackbeard and the Deimos again, hopefully gonna wait and see if the Blackbeard can go for a kill or use his nade again, where he might be able to get one of them. Blackbeard's got his gun out. It's better than having a shield out. It bounces away. The nade's not gonna get any utility now. I'm wondering what's gonna happen in this final minute.
Well, only time will tell as it starts to tick down. They're starting to somewhat split apart since they've kind of all bunched up towards the break side. It's not really going to do them much help. Much progress towards actual site as first Goyo canister will be popped and potentially most likely will be dropped back slightly as these Flores drones going to be distributed as 4 of them will be entirely towards the break site. Now, Clash, they still have to deal with it. It's still available to them with a fair decent bit of health. Nifsu is able to take out YK. There will go that Nomad. If she did get her edge up down, it's a little too late. They've got to replace that player since they all can't just stack up inside of this break room as Polar's going to be the one to make a bravest stretch towards this Clash, but it's not going to work out the best as a lovely cover from that Goyo will come out as Nifs who's able to take 3 for the round, and it's all left to Pozo as they all come face to face with 2 of the Panahun players, but it's not going to be enough as it all happened ever so quickly, and it was an absolute detriment for Ryujin.
I'm not sure how to feel about that because it happened so quickly. If everyone didn't realize you had not only Blackbeard push in, go for the kill, go for the melee, but couldn't complete the mission because when he tried to drop a shield, the Asami was there to back him up. His teammate couldn't kill the Asami in time. She does get downed. Blackbeard's dead, but so is... He thinks Goyo's down as well, but no. It's just too many assumptions were done in that round too quickly, leaving the ace on his own, and he got flanked. He had split decision-making, and it didn't work out in their favor. Hopefully, they have something else coming forward.
Exactly, and also, still point out that, obviously, my favourite thing is a little bit of numbers. Consulate having a almost even, but only a 5% differential, so 45%, 55% percentage. So defenders, again, surprisingly having the advantage. But there's still not a lot compared to some others, which there are available to. But, I mean, even still, having that extra 5% advantage, that's if you play it correctly, I don't think it's been seen. That other attacker percentage hasn't been seen as of yet from Ryujin.
I do believe you're right about that, especially for the fact that we haven't seen Ryujin's defense. They might be much stronger, especially on this map. But, again, there's a lot to change and a lot to worry about. We get to see Ashe now being brought more of a scalpel than a hammer. But actually, sorry, switch to Twitch. Nobody else on the side of the attack has changed, so maybe they have something planned. They know they're going upstairs. in the drone economy, I'm saying has been a little bit better. Everyone still has their 5 drones in pockets, but only 4 are alive and awake at the moment on the map. Hopefully, they have something ready. No spawn peaks, hopefully nothing to catch them too off guard. Actually, there's something I'm thinking. Because we haven't seen a rush, we haven't seen that many big plays, big strats yet. What's the chances we see them just next round? Hey, pushing faster, pushing earlier, being more aggressive instead of slowing down.
I can most definitely see it purely for the fact that the next site will most likely be basement. Since they go in the same rotation, piano, basement, top floor, piano, basement, top floor. If they go basement, I feel like Ryujin will pick up the pace, maybe go for a little quick thermite rush straight through garage and hope for the best. Since at the minute, Panahoon seem very, put together and collected. They've clearly, well, Ryujin, I'm not sure if they've done their homework, but maybe practiced it a little bit more, but only time will tell.
Well, I do believe you're right about that, and we get to see these Grims come out into full effect. Hopefully be able to ping him while he's hiding tight in that corner. Because one way or another, they don't really have a lot of options. They have to push through. The timer is not in their favor. Grim does not get pinged. So, there's a double kill for Nefu, but he actually is flanked from Spiral. He does not get taken out, but Smoke is there to finish the job and protect him. Here's the thing, Capta is now down. He will actually be able to get to safety, but 2v4, every person is tagged except from Lucy, and they're all trying to quick peek and try and get anything safe. It's not working out in their favor. Trying to bait his own teammate now is working out for Ace, but he will have to go for that resonance.
Or the 2v4 situation with a minute remaining, and they're nowhere near sight whatsoever. Complete opposite side. They've still got plenty of work to do, and they need to do it in the quickest time possible. But with what's left remaining, it seems quite dire for them, because Ryujin are kind of gonna try and have to draw this back for a 2 versus 4. But again, the health situation, Panahoon isn't the greatest, but it's still available to them. However, playing it quite nicely, just holding the cross, but Nolf's able there to get the pick, but he doesn't see Halva tucked right in the corner. That's 3 kills, which has been tucked ratting in that corner. I don't think Ryujin have learnt from that as of yet, as it's down to a 3 versus 1 with 20 seconds remaining. It'll be Nick who will be finishing it off.
I've got to say, I did not know you could shoot the person from behind that perfectly in the back there. That is something to learn.
Which Nifsu was actually asking about, because I didn't know neither.
Yeah, there's a tiny gap, literally the size of your pinky, that is just beside that vending. I don't know if that was in the game before this patch or not, but now there's a gap. So you got to be very careful of that. That probably does work both ways, or it might just be a distance thing where you could just barely see like his backpack. Yeah. But gotta be careful of that.
I think we... Please no. Fingers crossed. I'm not going to jinx it.
You don't say a word, because right now, on the no ban phase, the players are getting in a little bit extra time to discuss, because again, servers are waking up. They're having their morning coffee. It's the start of the season. It happens. But I'm going to ask you this. Since we are getting this tactical timeout, we have Ryujin versus Pano. As you can see, it's 0-4. We're going to have to wait and see how this plays out. I guess stat track to watch Nifu being an absolute menace with an 8-1. But, again, it does look like the side of Ryujin is balanced still. 2 2-2s and a 3-1. Decent stats. Gotta be prepared for it. Hopefully we don't have to take another break.
Hopefully not. But I mean, I'm still quite actually baffled that you can shoot him. I'm hoping we see it here on the replay. But you see Nifsu doing a lovely 2-piece, almost getting the 3rd. There's one, you see him swing around 2nd, almost gets the 3rd, but lost it. Probably got to the bottom of his mouse pad, but lovely little 2-piece there to cover from vending machines. But finally making it into the game after a little scary pause there. As I think, yes, they will be basement. So maybe potentially we'll see a little bit of the rush, which we've somewhat predicted, since that thermite is available to them.
I've just noticed something and I'm kind of excited for it, especially for the fact that we do get to see how they play this, because the back of site's not reinforced. A sledge could genuinely just walk straight through, but Capcan could also do the same and just go and reinforce it and put down his gadget. We do seem to be having a small little issue. I'm wondering what's happened.
I think we're just having regular technical issues, but it's probably most likely just everything waking off. Everyone's like, oh, everyone's back onto Siege, test servers here, new season. They're all coming back. Test servers off. So we'll just hopefully be figuring everything out. Now, from the lineup wise, they have the Sense, they have the Ram, most likely for distraction. They also have the Thermite. It genuinely does look like a rush lineup at the minute, so hopefully we'll be able to maybe catch a little bit at the end of that. But for the time being, 4-0 to start us off. What's going on through your mind as a Ryujin voter?
So defensive plays, of course, just because of the fact that they're playing slowly, they're being ready for it. I'm gonna say, Thermite, Thatcher, if they rush breach, they could do it easily. The problem is that Capcan's still on the second floor. You still have the Solus, whether it be in the first floor or the bottom floor. You've only got to really worry about the fact the mirror is the one in sight, but those mirrors are the most dangerous parts of sight. Too many angles to check, too many problems to have. I'm not really sure how to say this. It's just going to come down to who can play smarter, who can punish the longest, and just gotta be prepared for it overall. I'm going to ask you a question. Would you rather have a Kite or a Bandit when you're trying to defend basement now?
And go for basement, 100% the Cade. No matter what that Cade. Obviously, we saw the Cade spot from last time, which was tucked underneath the piano, which I think they got just in the end, because obviously Thermo was able to open the breach. At the same time, having that Cade, you're able to hold onto that hatch as well. Since impact EMPs, it's, I mean, most of the time they are brought, but maybe for the off chance that they don't, just take your luck. Take your luck. But at the same time, Twitch can do the same job. Maybe just the whole Thatcher as a whole, since obviously we've been talking a lot about Thatcher. But is this where you're going to tell me you prefer the Bandit?
No, I've got to say, I do agree with you, but now we have options. Kite is probably the better play for basement, but especially with Denari now being able to be a makeshift Rooney kit for drone holes, Kite's probably safer now from Twitch and most other operators, to the point where straight across the entire garage, that little drone hole section, covered by just 2. The door, everything covered, no problems. And you could just make a makeshift little sight line for them. So even if they do get the wall open, they're still going to hit it, even if they have to bolt the hole or they have any other option to do. We do seem to be having a small bit of a technical problem. So we're going to have to go for a quick break here. Is there anything else you want to say before we head to break?
Nothing else. Actually, that's one quick thing. How'd your pack opening go?
I want to talk about it. I got Ember Eyes. I got Ember Eyes, something I'm not going to use. But not necessary. Because guess which operator it's for? Clash.
Hey!
It's not something I'm going to use. I don't play Clash. I don't play Shields. But that's just how it works.
Alright, well, we'll cut to this quick break and we'll be back with you, hopefully not long at all. So we'll see you in a few.
Welcome
Yay.
back. Quick guesstimate of what actually happened. Panu completely stopped the rush plant from happening, shut them out quickly. The cap can't ace clutched, and we're gonna be okay with that, right? Nobody's gonna question that. Good. So from now on, this is what's happening. The matches are being played, they're being prepared. I've got the Elamine. Lamba is alive upstairs holding the office. I'm gonna ask you, when it comes to console offers, do you find that more important than sight or not?
Could you repeat that? Sorry.
Do you think console office, the Visa office, is more important than actual sight?
No. Site itself is more important. Then again, it is also important to hold user. The site itself will always be the priority. Because as you said, there could be a rush for this whole situation. As you can see here, Noel just going straight on in, just proving us correct. Getting that plant down quite immediately, but the C4 is being prepped in hand, will be thrown out, but it will be shut down by Neos. However, going down with that C4 will be detonated, but how is he? Yeah, taking out Rastim. This is a 5 versus 3 situation, but it's in the favor of Ryujin. Grabbing the round, and as we said, this rush is what they needed. They clearly needed this change of pace, which, you know, it's most likely needed. So a 5-1 split is as it's most likely going to go down to, unless an absolute miracle is going to come out. Neos goes down. He's trying to prep for any of these run-outs. Nike's going for a run-out. I don't think he's actually going to spot anyone, and she will. He'll be able to take out one, but it is a trade-off overall, as Lam will go for a defuse, but with 7 seconds remaining, it's all but over, as Ryujin will take their first round on the attack and will be switching to the defense.
You gotta remember the rules. Pros don't fake. We don't stop anything. We hold the defuse. This is your perimeter, and this is where you hold it. But 5-1, we get to flip over. Let's see how the defender side of sight works. I'm gonna ask you just real quick, because we all know how Siege works. We know how it's played. Fans, they're not gonna repeat this time. Calling it now. Monty Clash first. Simple enough. What do you think the next two are?
I'm thinking honestly just straight up with a Blackbeard. Blackbeard ban and probably, maybe a Cade. I'm just going to shut up. That's a completely opposite ban.
You've not played Consulate enough. Ying is a menace if she's allowed to go 3. You get rid of her first. Can't have anything in Consulate. Actually, I can't remember which country Consulate is in. But for now, Goyo, Smoke, Asami, Frost, Tachanka being brought in console office. This will show you why Tachanka and Smoke are so strong if Ryujin can actually execute what they want to do. Because normally it's perfect for post plant, but also the fact that Tachanka has his turret. Sorry, my brain thought for a second he didn't, but he does. He's got his turret. He can make as many rotates or as many long angles as necessary for his team, but also just being able to 2-tap most 2 armor operators. Perfectly what you need, especially when there's most of the chance it's going to be a Visa push. Sammy's there as well to cape a little bit of barriers for you and make things light and easy.
Now the lineup, I keep seeing Zofia appearing on Consulate quite a fair bit. I'm not 100% sure to why, probably just to, for those impacts and post-plant concussion, since that's one of my favourite things to do, is to stop the other team defusing by throwing a concussion at them. But then again, it does seem like Ryujin are fully prepped and geared to the teeth with this anti-plant situation. But we'll soon have to see, since it seems like they're going to go for an aggressive admin hold. I mean, Ryujin, they go against what you said, well, and I said. Admin is the best, and Break are the best things to hold for themselves. But we'll soon see.
Well, as you soon see what's going to happen now and quick, because this is actually how I prefer Consulate. If you attack Consulate upstairs, you have everything open as much as you can. You could use the old but it's not as strong as Tachanka's LMG when it comes to opening. It's almost perfect for everything. The pre-fire rings out, try and hit the Frost, but it does not work. Here's the bigger problem. You have to remember that this is a 3-floor map. Anyone can go hide in that basement, come back and C4 up. That is why you have impacts on Goyo. Just besides he can detonate his own Goyo traps and stop anything else from happening. I'm hoping they have an answer to this, because right now, if they don't, there's a lot of utility that has to be used and wasted early.
It doesn't seem like they're holding much of that vending machine though, compared to last time. Maybe trying to get away from that tiny pixel which you can be shot in the back with, as YMK will go down from Nifsu. So that's all the way from the skylight.
Yep, once that desk is destroyed, you have no cover behind it. It's one of the more important facts that it was a good change that the skylight was placed where it was, and the fact that that desk is made destroyable. Because it can't be completely taken away, but it can be pressured and pushed. I was gonna say, Smoke, you're judging that angle a bit too tightly. But he does survive it, and hopefully pushes away from it so he can stay alive. Lamba actually getting another kill, taking out Neos now. Hoping they have an answer for this right now, because they can't push in to go for the plant just yet until they clear it enough.
I mean, with a minute ticking down, they've still got this Tachanka alive, which could save them a plentiful amount of time, but I mean, in a 5 versus 3, it's not really a situation you want. As a lovely one-tap from Nifsu will take the head out of Hoxie as the plan will start to go down. None of these Tachanka counters will be deployed in time, as he will be the last remaining, as Howard will take 2 for the round and make it a flawless. They come up to what could potentially be the final round already, being an absolute slaughter of a game.
Well, it's going to be a 7-1. It might have been a mistake to bring them to the new console, but might not be for now. You do have to remember, it's not over till the gridlock starts singing. We get to see Denari finally being brought. First time in the match, actually. Mira, Fenrir, Denari, Kaid, and I'm going to assume Lucy, yes. Going downstairs to try and hold it. But we don't have a lot of options here. Ace, Capito, Habana, Striker, and Damos being brought on the side of the attack with always the option to 6 pick. There's a lot you got to remember, especially with the fact that there's 2 ways of pushing the site. And the fact that Denaris can be put on staircases, or, as you can see here, he did one long strain just right across. I hope he's destroyed the box, because if you don't destroy the box, the Denari will go right through it, so.
Let's see where you can come.
There we go.
Ooh. Yep. Right, all the way across. I think you might still be able to crouch underneath that if you're coming from garage side. Go towards the bins. Oh, sorry, for my Americans, trash can. But leaving the wall fully soft is a peculiar take. It seems like they want to maybe lure them into taking this wall. And they're going to go with 2 C4s, but not much else after that. But we'll let Raijin cook.
Just a little hiccup there, but you're all right about that, especially with the fact that Habana's pushing the backside. Maybe going for a hatch drop here. The problem I see is the Twitch drone immediately comes and gets it, because nobody's paying attention to the drone hole. That is why I have the Denari set across normally. Or, yes, going to Sammy to be there. Now, a lot of utility is being cleared by this Twitch drone, just absolutely pulling in the work. Virgin is not in the best space, but we're just going to have to wait and see. Nari is still upstairs on this first floor. They haven't got any... Technically, they haven't got a lot of control. They've got a lot of phantom pressure being shown, but no one's actually in sight yet. Even Blackbird has to take damage while he tries to push, gets the Denari from behind, and that makes it a 3v5, as Mira is also taken down on sight. Oh, and a trade comes out from Harry and Haven. So, they're not put themselves in the best position, especially for Ryujin now. Blackbird is going up against the Lucy. Does not have the time to just go for the push. Tries to trick it and does. Lucy does take a chip damage, but cannot get the kill. One way or another, there's not a lot of options left. But Lucy is caught off guard while trying to push back. Now, a lovely shot coming up from the Kai, getting the flanking operator, while also downing the striker. Gonna come down to Kai to try and clutch this out.
See the GG's already been distributed into the chat by Halver, but instead withdrawing his statement. You know, Nolf might have this, could clutch a little 1 versus 3, but the amount of time remaining with also information on said player, I might only get this up and running and get this game over, as Nolf has kind of got to be left guessing by this whole situation here. They have plentiful amounts of information. It's all just a matter of time as Blackbird will come over, they'll spot out where his whereabouts are. As everything kind of crumbles in front of him, there goes the mirror window. He now needs to move out the way. He's got to go against a Blackbeard as well as the vertical, as well as the player on top of the breach. Putting 2 different angles. Tries to take a pot shot at the Blackbeard, but with that shield being up, he's not be able to see enough, but Nifsu's able to finish off the round. And that'll be GG's all around.
Gotta say, that was a tough pill to swallow. I'm sure it was for Origin as well, but it happens. Panu did win the round. They did successfully defend as much as they could. But this game just keeps amazing me as much as it can.
Ooh. 13-2. 13-2 in 8 rounds. That is lovely. That's going to be what, 1 point something?
Give me a second.
1.5 ish. Go on, I'll let you do your numbers. But see the lovely Nifsu swing here from the highlights. Ratted in that corner, takes out 1, then takes out 2, does half the health of Nolf, but he does go down in the end. And when it comes into this 5 versus 3 situation after it, obviously this is not it now, the minute you had the smoke or mute sitting inside of that corner, who got the final kill from the same position, which Ryujin need to be, rat checking, as I call it. Need to be finding out these positions of the rat corner, since that's what's going to kill you the most. But very well played from Ryujin and Panahun. I can never pronounce their name fully correctly at the first time. But that will actually put Panahun right at the top. Right, 7-1. I wasn't expecting it, but that puts them right at the top. Or no, second it will. If I'm not mistaken.
It'll put them second. It'll put them second. It'll be really close. Yeah, I'm actually kind of surprised at Origin, especially for that ending. I've got the numbers here. I was just... Again, we missed one of the rounds, so I can't be completely sure what happened with the full story. Maybe there was some last-minute clutches or things like that happened, but it's never over till it's over. So, going from the fact that we did have one player having 13 kills for Nif, but also the fact that we didn't get to see anyone pass 5 kills on the side of Ryujin means that I think they weren't exactly prepared for this. They had watched it, they were ready for the new season to come, but it didn't work out in their favor. The best survivability we've seen was only 25%, which means that 1 in 4, just no rounds really went to timer. It was mainly to kills and just last person standing sometimes. But Panu did win out in a lot of times. Nifu staying with 75% shows that it's just built different, is the best way to say it. But I'm going to ask you guys, especially you who were only watching, give me an idea of your Mr. Fancy Pixel.
Yeah, it was a very dominant performance to say, and it seems that Ryujin is still yet to take their revenge, and they have to wait for that, maybe in another day. But for now, it seems like the complete domination for Team Panahoni still continues, and it seems to be the same map and the same result overall as the victory goes for Team Panahoni. They seem to know what they want to do, because let's face it, because they in the end did a magnificent result, a 7-1, a very convincing result, giving them the 3 points very clearly. And this seems to be going to be a point where Team Ryujin is going to stop and think about it for themselves and see what they need to reflect on and what do they need to fix or change for the later games, and also maybe for the rematch against Team Panahoni, because they will play against each other once again in this same stage. So this could be a changing point, because they might need to reflect on it. They might need to take a look overall, because they lost yesterday against GK 7-4, and losing again today against Panahoni 7-1 is going to be a little bit tough, because right now they are in the middle of the group as the 5th place. But this is going to be a little bit problematic, because Myth didn't yet finish their games, who are tied with them on the points. So this can be a little bit troubling for them as we're approaching the, let's say, the half of this stage at least.
Very nice. Now, overall, from you, Fancy Pixel, what do you think Ryujin was like their core mistake? Since there was something big missing there, something quite big. What would you think would be the mistake which they made?
I think the coordination was not really there for the team because it seemed like there was a lot of individual plays, and that is what caused a lot of the rounds to not go in their favor. Because yes, maybe the result is 7-1. Maybe it could have been a little bit different of a story if there was more of a trading game or a coordination game, because we didn't see that coordination between the players, and we didn't see that overall just clear communication between all of them, because in the end it seemed here that the dominant hand was in the hand of Panahoni. But I think we spoke about this match a lot, and I think there is also an interesting match. Maybe it won't be as interesting to some of the people or you guys, but I think it's also going to be a very close match, because we started the day with the top two, and that was a very interesting match to see, going all the way to the overtime, and in the end GK taking the victory over Diavoli. But we will be going to another match, which is the bottom of the league, which is going to be Team UAIM and Team VIP, which I think is going to be a really important match. I want to know what you guys think, but we'll take a quick break and then I'll get back to your points and hear what you guys think.
Any early kills possible within the range of possibilities, and again, a revolver is not to be messed around with. But of course, with the swing of the shotgun, that's where you find the momentum, and just like that, Lamb has claimed great territory, getting himself in Johnson, and at the same time, claiming a huge...
Just too much to handle. As Eli finds another, it's all going to be left up to Merrick. On the Legion, has to manage to find all of these kills, all 5 of the kills. The pace going down. Is the Dumine going to be able to stop it? It's not going to be able to find it. It's 1 kill come through the Cyan.
Decide that for them. As I said, here we comes Team Beast to get rid of the Jaeger ADS's. Shock's able to pick up Leon's. Okay, Sarko just jump straight down. Sure, as he's able to pick up a second. Who let this man loose?
Gonna come out one way or another. Oh, the pre-fire barely missing the head of Sweden. Explains had a ball. It's not in their favor. The C4, no, H doesn't land. But Deimos doesn't either. He gets taken out. Falcon getting his own pick though, making it a
And this clearing of the roam has been really good from the side of SV, but they need to start pushing their way onto site. They're able to find a kill. Is Joker on this flank without somehow managing to find upstairs, and I don't know. The comms are not coming through as it was able to on extremely low ATP, so really still doable here for the side of Panamone, especially with only 18 seconds left. Flashes going to come through this nice cheeky angle, able to find Danu as the kills come through for the side of
The Skull Buster to waste that time. To top of that, dedicating 3 different bodies to wasting his time and burning and getting frags as a result of it too.
Oh, and now just with a run out, that is real a good attempt, and Neil are going to be able to quickly shut the thought. Oh, the 2-man lead. Garage overtaken. Ewing going to be struggling and pushed back in the moment as Coles keeps on contesting, and Rexless will be found amidst all this chaos with a single escapade towards the Garage side. Just like that, Ewing are left in a great lead. That will be decreased by 1, but the verticality from Forever Zero takes it, but it simply will not be working as the team has now been shattered, put into flames, and one after another. While though Hauser is still fighting a bit of a battle, losing one of the 2 are going to be found. Headshot in there for Skipper, and all of a sudden DK going to be left down to 2 players, while one of them a single bullet away from the depth of CDC. As Cyan is looking for the swing, Red have started feeling themselves, but it's going to be Eugen taking these early steps, had hold their shot at Flash onto the side of Ivana, but it seems like Aqua is going to contest it as Ally finds 2. Prior to it, Neos is in between, is going to be able to get a trade off.
But that's setting up any kind of execute onto anything. GK seems to be all over it, and that just comes with that experience of knowing where players are going to be, which ways you can counter it. As GK, a minute and a half in, no,
my
it's
God,
same
Rexon,
run out!
No, not again! You can't keep your eye off of this man! He keeps on...
well. You're right about that. Now pre-fire brings out C4 in and does not get the pick though. Even now, it's not close to shotgun. Sarker getting one of his own, taking out another one. Slayer getting another perfect shot. Sprendo last one standing. Fine, Neils.
Yeah, very interesting that we're going for a master over this time around from the side of Sarcophagus. We do have two members of the attacking team working the breach, so it is going to be a split take coming in. But Navarro doing his thing, the Nitro finding its mark as well, just like you predicted.
And you need to get rid of it, so they do in the moment given, and Shadow taking a lot of damage from the fire, but mostly even Land able to finish the job. Over 3 here, Panahune are going to be keeping up the tempo. A down finish, Lex gets it 3v3 now. The EQ of the man count is here, but not for much longer. Asiri has been picked.
Taking out the shield smoke. As the first one rings out, Smoke's fighting first. That could be able to back up. Mute's watching for the flank. You can hear somebody destroying the barbed wire. Goes to the swing. Mute gets to the sledge. Sledge misses the SMG-11, but another one from the corner through the pool into the back of the side here. If not, might be able to get a pick on 1 or 2 of these players inside, and then just go for the plant maybe. But for now, Blitz is rushing up, goes for the Goyer, takes him out early. That's Cole off the board. They don't know where the Asami is, I don't think. So
HP, but 40-second man advantage. Valorant, they start to look at side.
But this time around, the crucial thing is we still have the Capital on the board. But once again, the Goyo are going to be clutch as Dano finds one for himself. And the 3v2 can seem like a forced issue to claim this match.
Find a pick. The C4 is still in pocket, so this Ash has to be extremely careful about this Mira. Just hear it rip, and it comes through, but the kills also come through for the Ash, walking past the angle, able to find the third. No, it was actually
Unpredictable.
Oh my
Still
god, not again.
Not again. Not again, Buffo.
Oh, look at him. They keep on swinging. As well. You ever just walking into it? It's like a death trap every time Panahune raise some sort of utility.
Another player falls, the team dies. To the Goyo canister shot out by Rexoon as the case is starting to go down on this glass. They know exactly where the player is, has to win the gunfight, and does. The counter defuse coming through.
It applies more phantom pressure for JT to try and repel onto that breach. So I don't think Mira was ever intended in that way. Never mind. Speaking of said Mira, taking a run out to Starco, BBNO stay, but
confusing before he tries to go for anything.
He's gonna let the Lion jump in. The Gone 6 can come through, but no, the angle held by Nixon. They didn't know he was laying down. They knew he was there, but they didn't know exactly what elevation to pre-aim out. 3 drones used what the Legion is exactly shooting at there, as Mira window is up and available for the Mira. And oh my god, Joker, you have to be kidding me. That is absurd shot. He almost kind of mid.
Or is still being up, but no one's playing behind it, so that's fine for the attack so far. They haven't cleared the vending position yet, but they do now with the Blitz, but they get a trade there, and he's just insane for doing that.
Of Project Zero. Not entirely sure how that happened. The Flash gonna come through the push. You would imagine comes through next, but that F not gonna come in clutch to save his life. The 2 kills go in favor as the Legion on the flank, able to find 1 kill, not quite able.
Go on to Nice. It's going to be the opening here for the side of UA. They're looking to continue it so Hava not giving them the easiest of times, even though spotted out to bring Barathermi. Reload bad timing. Smith catches them. The second here for UA, and they're giving Panahune a lot more trouble on the upper ground front, all the way below. The second on that air jab, so much utility just being dumped into this one player, and Skipper's waiting them out. The Monty's now isolated in the corner and doesn't have much support. As Skipper goes for it, finds Rex, so that's the Nomad side damage for the side of Danu. Returned quickly by the Finka, who is now isolated. Rorik going in with the moves like a Yate.
for the last 30 seconds, Packwood needs to get this hit down, otherwise you will be caught up with this vertical all the way upstairs and weapons. But this round is almost over for Oblivion. He's able to pick up 1 at Patsy's rotate.
Somebody can go upstairs and crowd as much as they can. They probably could just rush site, but IQ's already jumped in, looking for the Legion, but can't find him just yet. Spots him going to the kitchen, gets the wall bang. Beautiful pick. Bug Zero answering the throne, saying, yeah, we're done playing games. Being a 3 versus 4 as well, it's not the position you want to be in. Hopefully, he can go for a quick push. The shotgun slide takes out a massive hit. Not what you want to see, but happy to have
Well, the C4 let it rip.
Very funny. Have you seen 3 of the players? Yeah. Never mind. Actually, I'm going to shut up. Sarko prediction very nicely by you. It's going to rush straight in it, but the amount of defense, I don't think it's going to be quite successful, but it will be a trade-off 1-for-1. But it'll be on Wild Multi-Gaming.
5 seconds left in the clock, but no, behind the bar, the Scopos of the Hallyu able to take down Heaven. That's going to mean there is no more Jokobi on the board. Don't have to deal with that whatsoever. There is going to be Latvier pushing down and trying to take control. Ducky able to find 2 kills. That's
quite a faulty play, but Packable gonna be testing the spade against a long-range gunfight, especially with the SMG-11. As long as you can recoil control over it, it's quite a deadly weapon. And jump against Trophy with the help of Packable, it will be quickly put to rest, but we're going to be returned to Ryujin, even though they equalize it. It's going to be the Blackberry.
This bandit trick was on the board, so a little bit of adaptation required. As you can see, Panone taking very similar pacing, spreading themselves out, being rewarded as well as Mila gets caught out. So a nice little opening coming in from the side of Panone.
Firing grenade!
real good. Smoke gonna come out. Free fire not gonna connect on anything. Another smoke gonna come out as this case is starting to go down. Is it going to happen? No C4 in pocket as he's gonna swing and goes down. The triple kill for Pozo. No shot. This happens. The case is starting to get stuck. No, Layler able to find.
I think they're so disciplined. Sure, Juhar's going to be going down there from the vertical below. But look, here's the catch up from Ben. Belief takes down Elias out. And sure, Juhar might be down, should be able to be recovered. I'm more worried about Nixon, who's currently in the world of pain in the objective. Going to fall alongside Shridley. And it's all up to Dynamite now in a 1 versus.
And does blind her just as everybody else in under the desk. I would never thought to check. Oh, first name rings out, goes for the kill. Might actually get Ying herself, but no, it does not. Ying gets taken out from the flank by Jaeger. He is finished off as well. He actually, he's only down, he's not finished.
Advantage, but not for long. Beautiful flick there from Akari. 2 versus 2 now, final 30 seconds left of the round. They have the idea about the maestro. It's a crucial gunfight, and Akari wins it. 1 above the hatch. Sagrada can just play the time, play the clock. The user now needs to be recovered at a very pounding wing sound. You 2 of your operators, you're still chasing Wild Beast on the top floor here. And look at this, Akari still swinging, still trying to find picks. Ranka does finally shut the Fenris down. Dynamite now taken off the board as well. It's 3 versus 3.
First blood coming through for the anyway. They started off this match extremely strong. First blood in both of these rounds so far as Lamb. Oh. And we're getting shut down. Is Swing gonna come through in the bottom? It's going to fall as the
Ben, and it puts Sagrada in an impossible situation. Back turns taken down by Akari, and it's all up to Penguin in a 1 versus 4 yet again. And with time against you, everything against you, GGs have been called. I can't help but agree. You get a commiseration prize onto Nixon, but that's all you're gonna get.
Well, you haven't got they could have hopefully pushed in early and tried to get some sort of factor into it. They are having the second floor control. Devils gets one, Arm gets another while flashed. Beautiful game sense coming out from
Jono takes down Hungry. This smoke is not going to be a factor as long as this Warden has his ability up and available. The C4 not quite going to come out yet, but Rexon on the Nook able to find 2 as Voltan does manage to find 1, but Rorik quickly trades out onto Zare.
Commitment from Kudera. They want to try and force these players out, try and get themselves to grass, try and get themselves to space, but are they aware of Sagrada inside? And Janitor, no, they're not. It's a 3 versus 3 now situation. Has got no choice but try and send the blitz in here to do his job. Dynamite's going to do exactly that.
And welcome back, everyone, for the final match of the day, which is going to be between Team VIP and Team UAIM. Team VIP is going to be having 1 point, and Team UAIM is going to be having their chance for getting at least their first point of the day, or so far. Let's see what they are up against and what are they going to do in this match. So, great. Let's talk about the teams and talk about a little bit of the prediction for this game. So let's take a look at the staff prediction and everyone, because this is going to be a little bit of the same of what happened last game. Because last game Drago said, oh, it's going to be Ryujin. This time Hot said it's going to be UAIM. So do you think this is the time for UAIM?
I mean, UAIM, they're a very capable team. Very much. They're very capable in standing their ground, especially depending on what map is going to come up. But then again, Team VIP, they're also a force to be reckoned with themselves. So it's kind of like an even balance there. At the same time, I don't think it's meant to be too heavy one-sided. It's just I think that's entirely down to how well each of the teams have defended against the people above them, I'd say. However, when going head-to-head against each other, I think it's going to be more of like a shot in the dark, trying to guess.
Yeah, and speaking of what map, let's take a look at the map bands and map that we will be playing. Drago, we will be playing Clubhouse, and ending up the day with the classic of Siege, I would say. And I think it's a good map to play for those two teams, because not only it's a classic map, and not only that every team and every player in the game, no matter what tier we're in, knows how to play this game or this map. So tell me your impression about this map specifically for this matchup, Drago.
So when it comes to this map, specifically Clubhouse, being one of the ones everyone knows well, it's known for, hey, this map has been in the game from the very start. It's been reworked many times. It's always been a 3-tier like map selection, or site selection where you want to go, and it's up to you how you rotate it. But the most important part is going to be how the teams play it, because it's very straightforward except for that middle bar area, which a lot of people don't scream for, but it's necessary. You need to understand that, hey, alt floor control is mandatory on all sites. Roaming is mandatory. Yes, you can turtle on a specific tree such as cache, but it's not always going to work out in your favor. Team VIP have shown that they know this, especially even versus teams like GK. VIP is a very strong team, especially on a map like Clubhouse, or even as Carbon Copy, which again, I'm still going to hold it to that, Nighthaven Labs. This is like taking them there, just with a bit more experience. For now, we're just going to have to wait and see.
So, speaking of the players and speaking of Team UAIM having Smith, which is having 28 kills with Shadow, or some people call him Shade. Both of them having 28 kills so far, and it's going to be really interesting to see this, because they have yet to get their points, but they seem to be on the mechanical side. Speaking from their name, I guess they still have to improve on some of the players, especially for like Marek and Niller as well, because it seems they're not on the same level of kills, at least, as the other players. And on the other side, Team VIP is going to be a little bit similar, but there is a small problem, I would say, or could be a problem for them, because Actor is their emergency sub and yet to play. Do you think, right? Let's talk about the game and those teams right now. While we're getting into game, so I want to know from you, like, is Actor having a sub from that, like from those teams, is going to be a problem, or is going to be fine by them?
Hopefully for Team VIP, since they have good experience as a team together, having Attacker as a substitute, most of the time you're going to be playing a couple times with them, so the synergy should be there, but obviously it's not going to be 100%. So the adaptation, which VIP are going to have to maybe work around Attacker, or kind of maybe incorporate him inside, it's going to be a little bit difficult, but VIP basically to show up and show out if they want to prove that they can play with an emergency sub, they can play no matter the circumstance. So it's a little roadblock, but it's not the worst thing in the world. They can still play, they still have a good chance. So we'll just have to see.
Yeah, and I would also love to hear more from you, Star, while we're getting into the match, because all of the players are ready and all of them are in the lobby right now, and we will be getting into the last match of today. It's going to be between Team UAIM and VIP. So guys, one more time, enjoy the match and let us enjoy your casting.
Oh, thank you. Let's head into it. Clubhouse, a match everyone knows, a map where spawn picking is very frowned upon, but also celebrated. Because if you can hold the rafters and not leave the building, just hold it in warehouse, you're golden. The problem always going to come down to what bans are being brought and what playstyles are going to be needed. So, I'm going to say Doc ban might be the play, or Asami.
I do think the Azami is going to be quite prevalent within bans, but instead it'll be K to start. You're not wrong with the Doc, since we have seen quite a few Doc clips where they're just sitting inside of the fire, constantly pummeling themselves with that health. But never mind, we won't actually see it at all. We'll see a complete default hard breach and, well, utility ban. Now, fun little fact about these two teams. Now, going with what should we call it first? UAIM. They are currently 2-3 on Clubhouse. So they have 2 wins and 3 losses. So they're at -1 at the minute. However, VIP are currently 4-1. So in terms of win percentages wise, VIP are there in the lead.
But again, we all know numbers don't tell the whole story. A couple of those were against Geek and other top tier teams in this group stages. Playdays just happen to be always punishing. Hopefully, though, UAM has a defensive sided side on a defensive sided team on a defensive sided map. That is a hat on a hat on a hat. If you can't pull up a hat trick and win this match, I'd be very surprised. But I'm going to ask you one very simple question. Goalpost. Is it going to be used as just, hey, we're going to put the drone here, it's going to stop anyone from just walking straight up warehouse stairs? Or is it going to be played as a proper op route?
I think it's going to be a little bit of both. Just very little. So, the Scopos, I think, is going to be used for the fact of use the shield as a getaway more than anything, but it's in a position where if the Scopos does die, it can be used effectively. You kind of get my drift.
I can understand that, but I think Silicon and Ash holding the long angle. But as you can see, that's most of the CC and construction walls open, and there's the Scopos switch. Body's protected. Now that area upstairs is a little bit more difficult to try and take. Site is still being changed and reinforced as they see fit. It's their time to do it. Problem is, this Monty just destroys the Scopos drone and walks straight past. Nothing you really have to worry about too concerned. Then your gadget gives off Monty's position and also blinds him. I'm gonna ask you a very simple question. Who's more of a B or a tactic here? Well, I was gonna say Ash or Malusi. Sorry, Ash or Marek, but Marek's just been taken off the board, so it's gonna be Ash.
Yeah, I can agree with you on that one, since Ash is going to be more of a fear factor, but there you go, a lovely swing onto the Ash by Nilla. Nilla? But trying to collect themselves back up, start making their way towards site slightly. So only one player down. It's not the worst thing in the world, but not knowing about the player resting in the corner. But as I say that, we'll just expose himself and run away to safety. But he'll be cut off from all the windows outside by Jono, as it'll be a 3 versus 4 in the favour of VIP. But as I say that, 3 versus 3, as Smith will be using their Scopos very effectively. His fire doing plentiful amounts of time delaying, just waiting to hear that audio of the Monty unshielding, since Nyla just waiting patiently behind the other side of the mirror window. As you can only just punch it out the way. James quite aggressive, getting towards Fenrir. Try and push him over. Won't get it just yet. I'm not sure how the second one wasn't a punch, but ultimately could take one. Does Nyla get to trade as James finally gets the kill onto that floor, the Fenrir, as Shiri will be the last alive, but it will be shut down by Jono in the end.
Not a great state you want to be in, especially that late in the match. The fact that you're stuck in that gym walkway, it puts you in a bad position. But UAM, that's 1 off the board. They've chosen to go downstairs. Now we've got Omai, Malusi, Asami. We get to see Warden and Mira being brought as well, so maybe they've got a different question to answer. The only thing I'm worried about is the fact that the attackers, yes, they're going to know you're going to go downstairs, but Habana's still on the board. All those hatches are still free to get. There's no problems. And now that we've learned more tech about how to trick the hatch with Hibana, I think that the impact tricking isn't going to be their best friend.
I don't think so, but I mean, I've seen plentiful amounts done with a mirror window, which wasn't entirely intended. The devs made mirror, but I mean, I see a lot of the C4 tricking, impact tricking, especially if there's a Maverick on the board. I do like the adaptability you can have with it, though. One of my favorite things, obviously, when playing in the gym bedroom upstairs, is that the fire canister on the gym hallway, if anything gets placed actually onto your wall, like an ace charge or anything, there's a chance that that fire canister, when it blows up, can actually destroy that ace charge.
Interesting, I didn't know that. And now we have the Warden just trying to bring out some sort of wall bang, give his team an early prospect, but it's not going to work out in favor just yet. I've got to say, I absolutely despise the fact that Ram can do that. Walk up, yeet, and that's most of the hallway destroyed. Yes, it works both ways because people can shoot back up through it, but it's high risk, high reward.
And that's the entire point of Siege, to be honest. Don't take as many risks as you can, in my opinion, but now for the set for UAIM is they need to kind of secure these next round for them, since, well, I mean, last round didn't really go too decisively towards VIP. However, they should be taking these defense rounds away and keeping them for themselves, but hopefully we'll be seeing something a little bit different. But obviously switching all the way down to basement, not wanting any part of the upstairs, trying to find something fresh, which I don't really blame them.
No, I'm gonna have to agree with that. They're gonna try to go for this hatch. We'll try and find somebody's leg. I do believe the Ram has just spotted a Sammy, but I think he's able to go for it just yet. Barely. Here comes the impact. Yep, that's the second trick. He's trying to do the Hibana charge trick, but again, it doesn't always work. They need somebody else. I do believe Lucy still has one impact left. Yep. And is that actually going to be enough? Yes. He does have enough to survive it and stop any more impact tricks. So this hatch will be theirs to open now.
However, she does not have enough to actually get motor hatch if she hasn't got that already, which is the concerning bit for VIP. But main hatch kitchen is opened up themselves. Hopefully going to try and control that motor hatch a little bit more. But I think that Capital is actually going to open it up instead with their little can opener. But Smear's taking an aggressive swing onto Zyro, taking his head clean off. No more of that ram, but I think most of the utility from them drones has been utilized. With 35 seconds remaining, it's looking quite nice for you, and seems to be in a little bit of a comfortable position here. These smokes and fires not affecting Shadow in any way whatsoever. That'll be the Ash going down as well. With 25 seconds remaining, it's looking a bit light for VIP here. However, they've got to take a quick hatch drop, which they will, and it'll be cut off by Nyla. As Bolton will do the same thing, aims at the head of the Azami, but isn't able to pull the trigger, as James will get a trade back. But I don't think it's going to be enough for the lovely C4 being tossed right and over by Shadow.
Let's say, I'm not sure how I feel about that, but that's a very interesting setup, and I like the Asami barrier kid. It's not something I think I'll be able to do without more research, but I'd say it's a really smart play. Have it set up so it blocks both angles. Yes, they can push you a little bit, but it takes somebody who with a great amount of gun skill who can actually take out the shot and take the Asami out. So, I've got to say, I'm really proud of you to see that sort of play come out, but we're back upstairs to the round that, I've got to say, the site that they lost, mainly because of walking Monty put so much pressure on them and forced them out of position. So I'm hoping to see something different come out from them. Something where it's either, hey, we're doing our extended hold, yes, but we're going to fall back earlier, and then we're going to reinforce late. But we'll just have to wait and see. Oh, I've just got a question. Who's the next ban on the list? I'm going to have to say it's going to be Mira.
It will not surprise me if it's Mira, to be honest. Either that or the Azami on the board. Purely for the fact of how powerful that Azami can be just all around, whereas the Mira is a little bit somewhat situational in some sense, but we'll see.
I can imagine that, but for now, we do get to see the Striker repelling up the side of the building. I'm going to ask you, who's more impactful, Striker or Sentry? Because Sentry's got that new gun, and I do feel like Sentry actually working better in my case, just from my own personal usage.
I'm not entirely 100%, but it seems like we're having a couple issues at the minute. But in the meantime, as you saw the little pop-up ELC series, feel free to go sign up for that one, which I think, since we're taking a little bit of a quick break, since having a little bit of tech issues, we'll go over a little bit of ELC, why don't we? A little bit of it. So, do you know anything about it, Drago?
Only what you've mentioned previously and the stuff that's in this cast. But besides that, give me a full rundown.
Fabulous. So, obviously the T2 circuit, so that is the championship of ELC. So the championship will start with the... Well, there you go. Make my life so much easier. Thank you very much for that. So qualifier 1 will be the 10th and the 11th. So if I'm not mistaken, that is coming up in this. Yes. Thank you. At least someone knows days, because I clearly don't. And then qualifier 2 will be the following week after that. So gobble up them T2 points as much as you can. So there is the link for OPL and the event. So sign yourself up now. And if you want to make it a little bit easier, feel free to pop any tickets as well in their Discord, which you can also sign up there as well if you want to go through OPL. Now, the grand final, which everyone's wanting, will be on the 2nd of November, as well as the playoffs will run through the 28th to the 30th, skipping the 31st, because gotta love Halloween. And then the 1st of November will be the last of the playoffs. But play days will be every Wednesday and Thursday. So 8th, 9th, 15th, 16th, 22nd, and 23rd. Every Wednesday and Thursday, clear your schedule. You've got ELC T2. But like I said, we are not getting rid of anything to do with T4/T3. We are keeping those because we always need our grassroots. How else did everybody else got here? So it'll be your same exact going through. So Challenger, it'll start on September the 26th as well. So ranked 9th through 16th, that's the 2 open qualifiers, and there'll be R6 credits for the top 4 teams as well. And like I said again, Major A, Major B, Minor A, and Minor B, same thing again. If I'm not mistaken, it's sign-ups for those. So first come, first serve, 32 slots. Get in there. Plus, as well, if you are a caster or looking to cast, they are looking for some as well, which I think you'll see my lovely face. I don't know about Draco, but you'll definitely see my lovely face over there.
Inviting me with you? That's painful.
I didn't want to force you on it.
No, I said I'd happily join if you asked, but you have to ask first. Again,
Yes.
ask and they shall receive. Or don't ask and you'll never know. But I do have some interesting points that you haven't pointed out. It is next Wednesday, not this Wednesday, not tomorrow. It's the next Wednesday.
Yeah.
First, it's 2 days, 10th and the 11th. Then it's the week after, the Thursday, the 18th, and then the 19th for Friday to finish. So please do make sure you're ready for both of those days. If you are in other tournaments such as Voltage League or anything else, do be prepared for conflictions and make sure that you're there for choice. It is a qualifier, yes, but if you have previous engagements, make sure to take care of yourself, worry about that. It does seem like there's a quick error, so we might have to go for a quick 2-second break. But I'm going to ask you a quick question before we do. When it comes to Clubhouse, comes to gaming stuff, tell me how you feel when it comes to spawn peeking in the Siege.
Spawn peeking, it's... Before, a couple of years ago, it was an art. It was glorious. But now, it's become one... It's not very common, but there's nothing new. With strategies, you can change something up. You can find something new you can do. With spawn peaks, unless a massive rework is done to the map, they're all just the same over and over. So it's look for the same thing, take it out. Simple as that. Not many of them are successful, unless it's a very obscure one. Or go with the basic. Don't knock it.
Well, thank you for your quick chat, and we're going to head into a quick break. It looks like it is just going to be a match is still going on, so I'll be joining back in late, but hopefully we'll be able to catch up. Give us 2 seconds. We'll catch you in a second.
Oh, huzzah! We are back. We whipped through time, and we have magically found out that UAIM is 4-1 up. So after a lovely start from VIP, going 1-0 up, we've lost 4 in a row. Devastatingly. We see that Nylar is 8-7. We can also see on the other side that they're not doing the greatest themselves. They started off perfectly VIP, but again, lost it a little bit. But obviously, like I said, it's defender bias, but VIP really need this round for themselves to bring it back.
As you can guess, and guesstimate themselves, it is the fact that a 4-2 split is probably the best situation Team VIP can put themselves in now. But it's all going to be about how quicker they can push up, push in, and take out. One at a time. Have to be able to clear as much of this opponent's side as possible. But do you have the problem with Goyo just trying his best to, maybe peek or hold an angle? I'm concerned with it.
I think we're having a little bit of issues again, so just do bear with. I think it has brought itself back slightly.
It was just a new jammer stopping us. This new season makes it so that every operator's gadget works in real life too. Gotta be prepared for the stature gadgets too. But Zarmi is actually taken out early, which is huge, and Zaro takes out Nelly. E-Fire is coming out, and we'll see making it 4v4 early. I'm gonna have to wonder. Sorry, go ahead, you take over.
Yeah, it's alright. Just saying that, both they're not really wasting much time. They're utilizing as much as they can to push on through. As you can see, they've already pushed them all the way back. Team VIP has. It's all just dependent on how long they can basically hold them here. Obviously, round one they didn't really do that the greatest, but I'm assuming from the scoreline they did it quite well next time.
Well, I do believe you're right about that. The pre-fires are trying to get the person into office out. The minute 30, they don't have a lot of options here. I'm kind of hoping that since Sledge is opening hatches, they're planning to go for a drop and clear it as much as they can. There's a lot of utility. Don't forget those Goyos and Smoke still have smokes in pocket. They've got 3 and they can do 30 seconds each. I'm hoping there's something more from them, but as of right now, they're going to have to make the right choice here. A Sammy Barricade's still 2 in the pocket now. She's only got 1. If this works in their favor, they can slow down the defenders enough. It is a modernized map, there's still red pipes and things to slow down, as everyone's seen last season. They gotta push it in. James getting for the kill, takes out Mute, and that leaves him a 3v3.
Shadow's able to collect 1 as Marek will pick up both instead. Lovely shot all the way from the roommates. He's trying to hold on to this position as long as he can with these Cuba barricades, but does get downed in the process as Jonah's going to try and sneak his way into what's like kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. Even with pings on him, it's not going to be the greatest outcome here. His best thing he can do is try and take a pick with him, but he doesn't, as it's left James in a 1 versus 3 with a slither of HP remaining, as he's got to go against a Smoke, Goyo, and an Azami. He does have diffusion hands with might be able to pull something off. He's able to pick up 1, but the trade by UAIM is there. It's very well played. And I won't say recovered, but he still held on to that gym bed as much as they could.
We're going to have a quick break. You'll come back to our lovely faces in a moment. We're just going to have to wait and make sure that everyone is safe and set. There's a couple of problems this new game has done. The servers at Ubisoft are being hit by Mute. He is being his usual self, toxic, fun, banterful, but as we can see now, the bans are going to come out with Kaid and Ace being the operators taken off the board, but it looks like we're going to have to go for a quick 2-minute break because it seems like one of the players is having a technical pause. I'm going to give you a quick rundown of what we've seen. So, we've seen the rushes, we've seen the plays, we've seen that actually UM's using the defense slightly better than what Team VIP were expecting. It is a defense-favored map, so using that gadget utility and slowing them down to the timer is their best chance, making Team VIP panic. So, I'm going to ask you quickly, Prize, you can end it whenever you want, send us a break, but how do you best get rid of utility in Siege?
Best way to get rid of utility? Well, In my opinion, it depends where you go. So if you're going from top floor, the one which I think is a little bit underrated, entirely getting rid of anything you'd like, is simply just a bit of vertical. Anything which is maybe bulletproof, indestructible, my go-to would be a Flores. Since you can mostly get rid of anything, if there's a mute jammer, you have the vertical. Kind of goes hand in hand. Then again, Flores also goes on the same hand of Twitch slightly, but I think Flores just kind of tops it a little bit better with the amounts you can quickly come out with, plus explosives. Who doesn't love a good explosive?
Couldn't agree more. So I'm gonna send us a quick break. I would say explosives probably is the answer. Everyone looks good. Boom. Catches the guys in a sec. We'll go with shit in the match as soon as we come back.
Any early kills possible within the range of possibilities, and again, a revolver is not to be messed around with, but of course with the swing of the shotgun, that's where you find the momentum, and just like that, Lamb has claimed great territory, getting himself in Johnson, and at the same time, claiming a huge...
Just too much to handle. As Eli finds another, it's all going to be left up to Merrick. On the Legion, has to manage to find all of these kills, all 5 of the kills. The Ace going down, is the Goomine going to be able to stop it? It's not going to be able to find it. It's 1 kill come through the Cyan.
Decide that for them. As I said, here comes the team needs to get rid of these Jaeger ADSs. Shock's able to pick up Leon's. Okay, Sarko just jumps. And welcome back. Sorry, we had to have a little bit of a pause there, but all of our players are ready, up and running. So still same scoreline, 5-1 as we previously just saw. That far, but they've just skipped over a little bit of the prep phase and a little bit of the action. So we should be all good and dandy. Finally getting these hatches open inside the kitchen, but that Ying being available might be a little bit of a disruptor for VIP, but you know, Zyro still being on that warden is going to be a little bit better for them. But with coming up to the halfway mark of the round, from what we can see, they've only just got a couple hatches open and a little bit of vertical, but not much. So maybe UAM a little bit lacking on that. But then again, they don't have much to go off of. No ram, no book. As you can see, the Grimp already dead. So it's a little bit of an issue. We've just got to see, and only time will tell.
Well, I do agree you're right about that. I expect you with the case of trying to get these nice long angles to hopefully take out somebody. They're looking for a man opening pick. Now, as you can guess, Sammy is tucked away in her little corner. One way or another, going to try to push in as far as they can. I'm hoping they find something, because right now, a minute left, you've only got 3 people on your demo scan, and Kitchen does not need to place together a pixel angle. But they can catch Smoke's foot, but they have to take damage in the first return. Here's the problem. I can see them trying to go for the plant, trying to go for a smoke plant, but they can't drop in. But actually, Ash just rushes down the main staircase, goes to the plant in the corner, because they can't see her. They were expecting her to go for the drop. All the utilities burned in the wrong place. One way or another, Ash is now safe and can now hold the angles, taking out the mirror, pushing into the other side. As long as somebody upstairs is watching the diffuser, or if not, this Sammy might be able to get it. But it's a 1v4 situation. Has to go for the clutch, has to go for the kills, gets 2, but somebody is above. Deimos is there watching, able to get the kill from the hatch. And as you can guess, it did not come out in their favor. Luckily for us, that means we have a match on our hands. 6-1 to UAIM, 1 more round, and we go game over. If not, Team VIP have to clutch it up and show us what they can do. Otherwise, this is proving the cast is cursed. Also, UAIM Capita, that's the skin I was talking about. The M80 skin for Cap.
Does look good. Does look good. Now,
Attackers need to locate
I
and
think,
defuse
well, I mean,
the
to be
bomb.
fair, it's not really cast as curse at this point, proving them wrong. It's more of us being right, apart from this one. Because who voted? It was our lovely observer who voted for UAIM, wasn't it?
Yep. Sounds like we don't know what we're talking about, and the observer does. Maybe he should come do our job. Oh. One problem or another, we're gonna have to be prepared for this. They have to push in, they have to do extend. We've seen how they defended it a little bit for the first round. We didn't get to see it the second
10
time
seconds remaining.
because of the small hiccup with the game. But this time we should, meaning that we get to learn all their secrets. Everyone pay extra close attention.
Attackers need to locate and
Because this is
defuse the
now
bomb.
Team VIP's first defense upstairs. They've seen how UAIM defended. have to be able to protect it just as well.
I just direct your eyes as well to the lineup of UAM. It seems not entirely a rush lineup, but a very punchy execute, as I'd say. So we have the thermite also just to open as much as you can, the cast out the fire and smoke, and the yin and glass just to double up on the smokes as well. So it seems like that's what they're trying to go for, which, I mean, they might well just rotate over and try and go for a gym side, which could be potential. However, you can see Zyro just tucked in corner there, but will run away with his life and be the chicken out of the game of chicken, if you'd like to say.
I can understand that. But one way or another, they have to be able to push because Jacuzzi wall's now open. Only the mirror behind that mirror is just waiting to get a line of sight. C4 rings out and actually ends up getting a kill. But she is now stuck there. Thermite answers with his own pushes in the side, gets 2. Beautiful picks, making a 3v4, a 3v3 because his own teammates checking out and getting taken out one by one. Trades are coming out long and hard fast. Gotta be prepared for this player hiding in this cash closet. One way or another, they don't have the angle. But Glass actually gets the pick, takes out the mirror. Now it's up to the guy who's not on site. Those canisters are just going to stop him from being able to push forward. He doesn't have time. He has to go through the office, but he can probably hear the Glass go for the quick pre-fire. Tries to get the angle, but can't see him. The gunfire blocks the line of sight. UM take the match. Painful, quick, fast. It's like pulling up a band-aid.
Well, that was definitely something to finish off there right in the end. Since, well, I wasn't really expecting it. If the rush was going to come out, I was expecting it to be successful, but it almost drifted awry. Maybe going in the wrong way, but they still were able to pull it back. But, I mean, other than that, it's been quite a good game from, obviously, what we were able to see, because unfortunately we did have a couple of tech issues, but we still were able to see final scoreboard and bring it all out in the end.
Yeah, what that was a fast, really unexpected result, Drago.
I'm trying to do the math in my head of how that match went, and so I can give you some sort of analysis from it. But right now, insane.
I mean, they won one round, VIP did, and then from then on out, just crumbled. 7 rounds, back to back to back, lost. I couldn't even pinpoint where they went wrong. They just got battered basically during the end part there.
Yeah.
So,
and I really think it's a very interesting thing to see, because not only now that Team UAM getting their 3 points, their first 3 points, it shows that they have improved. They have didn't stop at losing the last 3 days and saying, okay guys, it's clearly not our day. They took some time to reflect and think about what they've been doing, and it seems to have paid off. 7-1 is a great result, and it shows that they have really took a minute and started thinking together of what they needed to do, and it seems to have paid off. And of course, that's really great from them. And I'm really interested to hear from their side what have changed and what was their process to get them to this result. So we will be speaking with one of them in a bit. So let's get a small, quick, tiny break. I know we had a lot of breaks today, but we just a minute until we get the interview ready, and we will be talking with one of the players from UAM.
Any early kills possible within the range of possibilities, and again, a revolver is not to be messed around with, but of course with the swing of the shotgun, that's where you find the momentum, and just like that, Lamb has claimed great territory, getting himself into Dodgson, and at the same time, claiming a huge...
Just too much to handle. As Eli finds another, it's all going to be left up to Merrick. On the Legion, has to manage to find all of these kills, all 5 of the kills. The pace going down, is the Dumine going to be able to stop it? It's not going to be able to find it. It's 1 kill come through the Cyan.
Decide that for them. As I said, here comes the team needs to get rid of these Jaeger ADSs. Shock's able to pick up Leon's. Okay, Sarko just jumped straight down, sure as he's able to pick up a second. Who let this man loose?
No, it's gonna come out one way or another. Oh, the pre-fire barely missing the head of Smith. He's swaying inside A-bomb. It's not in their favor. The C4, no, and he just doesn't land. But Deimos doesn't either. He gets taken out. Falcon getting his own pick though, making it a 2.
And this clearing of the roam has been really good from the side of SV, but they need to start pushing their way onto site. They're able to find a kill. Is Joker on this flank without somehow managing to climb upstairs? And I don't know! The comms are not coming through as it was able to on extremely low AP, so really still doable here for the side of Panorama, especially with only 18 seconds left. Flashes going to come through this nice cheeky angle, able to find Danu as the kills come through for the side of
The scope to waste that time. The top of that dedicating 3 different bodies to wasting his time and burning and getting frags as a result of it too.
Oh, and now just with a run out, that is real a good attempt, but Neil are going to be able to quickly shut the thought. Oh, the 2-man lead. Garage overtaken. Yuan going to be struggling and pushed back in the moment as Coles keeps on contesting. And Vexless won't be found amidst all this chaos with a single escapade towards the Garage side. Just like that, Yuan are left in a great lead. That will be decreased by 1, but the verticality from Forever Zero takes it, but it simply will not be working as the team has now been shattered, put into flames, and one after another. While though Hauser is still fighting a bit of a battle, losing one of the 2 are going to be found. Headshot in there for Skipper, and all of a sudden DK going to be left down to 2 players, while one of them a single bullet away from death.
CC, Assign is looking for the swing. Mid have started feeling themselves, but it's going to be Yuji taking these early steps. Had hold their shot at Flash onto the side of Ivana, but it seems like Aqua is going to contest it as Ally finds 2. Fire to it, Neons is in between, is going to be able to get a trade up.
But that's setting up any kind of execute onto anything. GK seems to be all over it, and that just comes with that experience of knowing where players are going to be, which ways you can counter it. As GK a minute and a half in, not again, same run out!
No, not again! You can't keep your eye off of this man! He keeps on...
Well, you're right about that. Now pre-fire rings out C4 in and does not get the pick though. Even now, it's not close to the shotgun. Sarker getting one of his own, taking out another one. Slayer getting another perfect shot. Sprendo last one standing. Sorry, Leon's.
Yeah, very interesting. We're going for a master over this time around from the side of Sarcophagus. We do have 2 members of the attacking team working the breach, so it is going to be a split take coming in. But Sabaro doing his thing, the Nitro finding its mark as well, just like you predicted.
And you need to get rid of it, so they do in the moment given, and Shadow taking a lot of damage from the fire, but mostly even Land able to finish the job. Over 3 here, Panahune are going to be keeping up the tempo. A down finish, Lex gets it 3v3 now. The EQ of the man count is here, but not for much longer. Siri has been picked.
Taking out the shield. Smoke, as the first one rings out, Smoke's fighting for his life. Could be able to back up. Mute's watching for the flank. You can hear somebody destroying the barbed wire. Goes to the swing. Mute gets to the sledge. Sledge misses the SMG-11, but another one from the corner through the pillar to the back of the side here. If not, might be able to get a pick on 1 or 2 of these players inside. And then just go for the plant maybe, but for now, Blitz is rushing up, goes to the door, takes him out early. That's Cole off the board. I don't know where the Asami is, I don't think. So
HP, but 40 seconds ban advantage. Valorate, they can start to look at side.
But this time around, the crucial thing is we still have the Capital on the board. But once again, the Goyo is going to be clutch as Dano finds one for himself. As a 3v2, can True a force issue to claim this match?
Find a pick. The C4 still in pocket, so this Ash has to be extremely careful about this Mira. Just hear it rip, and it comes through, but the kills also come through for the Ash, walking past the angle, able to find the 3rd. No, it was actually
unpredictable.
Oh my god, not again.
Not again. Not again, Popo.
Oh, look at him. They keep on swinging as well. You're ever just walking into it. It's like a death trap every time Panahune raise some sort of utility.
Another player falls as the team dies to the Goyo canister, shot out by Rexoon as the case is starting to go down on this glass. They know exactly where the player is, has to win the gunfight, and does. The counter defuse coming through.
It applies more phantom pressure for JT to try and repel onto that breach, so it's... I don't think Mira was ever intended in that way, but never mind. Speaking of said Mira, taking a run out of Sarko in a BBNO state, but
refusing before he tries to go for anything.
He's going to opt let the Lion jump in. The Gonstick's gonna come through, but no, the angle held by Nixon. They didn't know he was laying down. They knew he was there, but they didn't know exactly what elevation to pre-aim at. 3 drones used what the Legion is exactly shooting at there, as Mira window is up and available for the Mira. And oh my god, Joker, you have to be kidding me. That is absurd shot. You almost kind of missed.
Or still being up, but no one's playing behind it. So that's fine for the attack so far. They haven't cleared the vending position yet, but they do now with the Blitz. But they get a trade there, and he's just insane for doing that.
Of Project Zero. Not entirely sure how that happened. The Flash gonna come through the push. You would imagine comes through next, but that F not gonna come in clutch to save his life. With 2 kills go in favor as the Legion on the flank, able to find 1 kill, not quite able.
So on to Nice, it's going to be the opening here for the side of UA. They're looking to continue it so far, but not giving them the easiest of times, even though spotted out the pre-fire there. Reload, bad timing, Smix catches them. The second here for UA, and we're giving Panahune a lot more trouble on the upper ground from all the way below.
The second on that air jab, so much utility just being dumped into this one player, and Skipper's waiting them out. The Monty's now isolated in the corner and doesn't have much support. As Skipper goes for it, finds Rex, so that's the Nomad side damage for the side of Danu. Returned quickly by the Finka, who is now isolated. Rorik going in with the moves like a yank.
For the last 30 seconds, Packball needs to get this hit down, otherwise we'll be caught up with its vertical all the way upstairs and weapons. But this round is almost put over for Oblivion. He's able to pick up 1 as the Axes take.
Or somebody can go upstairs and cut as much as they can. They probably could just rush site, but IQ's already jumped in, looking for the Legion. Can't find just yet. Spots him going to the kitchen, gets the wall bang. Beautiful tip pick. Bug Zero answering with their own, saying, yeah, we're done playing games. Being a 3 versus 4 as well, it's not the position you want to be in. Hopefully, he can go for the quick push. The shotgun slide takes out a massive hit. Not what you want to see, but happy to have
Well, the C4 let it rip.
Very funny. Have you seen 3 of the players? Yeah. Never mind. Actually, I'm going to shut up. Sarko, prediction very nicely by you. He's going to rush straight in it, but the amount of beepers, I don't think it's going to be quite successful. But it will be a trade-off 1-for-1. But it'll be on Wild Monkey Gaming.
5 seconds left on the clock, but no, behind the bar, the Scopos of Value able to take down Heaven. That's going to mean there is no more Dokkaebi on the board. Don't have to deal with that whatsoever, but there is going to be a lap where you're pushing down and trying to take control. Ducky able to find 2 kills. That's a
quite a volatile play, but Packball gonna be testing the spade against a long-range gunfight, especially with the SMG-11. As long as you can recoil control over it, it's quite a deadly weapon. Just jump against Trophy with the help of Packball. It will be quickly put to rest, but 2 are gonna be returned to Ryujin, even though they equalize it. It's gonna be the Blackberry.
This bandit trick was on the board, so a little bit of adaptation required. As you can see, Panahune giving very similar pacing, spreading themselves out, being rewarded as well, and Realize gets caught out. A nice little opening coming in from the side of Panahune.
Firing grenade!
real good. Smoke gonna come out. Free fire not gonna connect on anything. Another smoke gonna come out as this case is starting to go down. Is it going to happen? No C4 in pocket as he's gonna swing and goes down. The triple kill for Pozo. No shot. This happens. The case is starting to get stuck. No, Layla able to find.
Being they're so disciplined, sure Juhar's going to be going down there from the vertical below. But look, here's the catch up from Ben. Belief takes down Elizao, and sure, Juhar might be down, should be able to be recovered. I'm more worried about Nixon, who's currently in the world of pain in the objective, going to fall alongside Shrigley, and it's all up to Dynamite now in a 1 versus.
And does blind her just as everybody else in under the desk. I would never thought to check. But first name rings out, goes for the kill. Might actually get Jaeger herself, but no, it does not. Ying gets taken out from the flank by Jaeger. He is finished off as well. He actually saw his only down, he's not finished.
Vantage, but not for long. Beautiful flick there from Akari.
And I will be joined with Merrick, the player from UAM. First of all, congratulations on your 3 points. And how are you feeling today after you getting your first victory?
Well, we're feeling great, all of us. We've been walking to this victory for not a long time. Our team is only like four months old, but we've already made it to the D class. and for sure we wanted this win, and we believe that we're gonna win. For past like months or more, it's been summer, and we haven't been playing with our full stack all the tourneys. But now finally it's autumn, everyone is back, and we're ready for to get more wins in this tourney and possibly next tourneys as well.
Yeah, it seems that you also did it in a very dominating fashion. 7-1 into Clubhouse is a very impressive result. So my question is, what did you guys change or had a talk about throughout like from the start till here? Since like there was a couple of rough patches and rough losses. So what did you guys do to make you get this victory today?
Well, yeah, first of all, as I've said earlier, we've been playing previous games with 1 sub, 2 subs, so it's been always some misunderstanding between the teammates, right? But now when we're finally full team, it's much easier, you know, we don't spend so much time communicating during the round with each other, and everything kind of flows. Also, we didn't want to show our strats during the previous stages of Voltage League, right? And we've been trying to save something for later. So now we're trying to be, you know, more aggressive, and also we have this not unique, but some sort of unique playstyle, which combines aggressive stages and more passive stages during the round. So I think that's what makes us special.
Yeah, and it seems today you have convinced us with your result, because going 7-1 in a map like Clubhouse. So my next question is about the map itself. You guys prefer to go to Clubhouse. Did you guys expect this result going into Clubhouse, because it's more of a default map and a lot of teams know it? Or did you feel like it's a risk, because also we have seen the results and the score overall for team VIP, and them being a 4-1? Was that also a factor that helped you to win the game, or was it more of something you were more comfortable with and you didn't care what's their win-loss ratio about it?
Well, we don't care about the enemies so much. Well, we have to play against them anyways. For sure, we adjust our strats and our playstyle based on enemies we play against, because different teams have their own vibes, their own playstyle. And Clubhouse is one of the oldest maps in game, right? For sure, we have to know how to play it. We've always combined our maps we play new maps, we play old maps, but Clubhouse is things we have to play good, you know? So enemies, they're good, they're not bad teams, they've made it so far in this tourney. But for sure, yeah, I guess we're just better in Clubhouse at this point of time.
Okay, couple of last questions, because I see like you're the only Dutch player in this roster. So
well,
you guys, what's the communication here?
Actually, we're full Ukrainian team. For some reason, OPL shows that I'm in the Netherlands since I'm studying here in The Hague, but we're all from Ukraine. We have 2 players from Kyiv, 1 player for Kharkiv and Lviv. So yeah, but we all speak Ukrainian in our team chat and voice chat. But we also have some subs that come from Poland, from UK, and sometimes, you know, it's always some mixed communication, some Ukrainian, some English during the game. And it gets messy sometimes, but we also have some funny calls in Ukrainian that we teach our foreign teammates. So yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting to see a full Ukrainian team, and the chemistry between you guys are really showing as well in the game. So one last question before I let you go. Anything you would like to say or shout out to any person watching or your fans?
Our fans, I guess we have a lot of haters because, well, for most EU players, we're no names, as I used to say a couple of months ago, because, well, we didn't have this Twitter X culture, so no one knew us before. We've been just ranky players since ranked 1.0, and then we started playing competitive this spring, and we started winning people, different teams. We played some matches against G2, B and other B teams, and we started winning. And right now, and previously there were a lot of talks that we're cheating, but actually, guys, we've been playing with monitor cams, with webcams, with mods since the beginning. So shout out to all our haters. We're ready to play against you, we're ready to win you and play the fair game. So And thank you to our haters to keep us motivated. And shout out to all our Ukrainian friends.
Yeah, shout out to you, all of the Ukrainian fans. And is there any team specifically you are looking forward to face in the future throughout the tournament?
Not really. We're ready to play against any team, and we don't have like specific enemy we want to target. We just want to play against good teams and to increase our game knowledge.
Yeah, and it seems you guys are on the right path. Thank you so much, Marek, for the interview and coming here
Always
to
welcome.
speak with us. And we'll catch you very soon.
Thank you, guys. Have a good evening.
You too. And there we have it. We heard it from the man, the myth, the legend himself, Marek. He spoke about his team, and he spoke about the support, and it seems like they are driven by the negative talks that everyone is trying to put in their in their mouth and around them. So yeah, it seems like he's really comfortable overall with everything. So Chris, what do you think about the players and the game that we saw? Yeah.
No, I'm gonna say it just because that final match we didn't get to see much of it, but this doesn't tell the full story. Smith with a 12 kills, 3 deaths, 4 KD on a match like that just shows like a full roster, full intel, full communication, full talking. Just perfect match play is what you want to hear. Again, going down, even Marek himself, 10-4, going down again, 9-6, 6-4, 1-4. It's just everyone played the role correctly. They weren't trying to go for kills, the kills came to them. And that just goes to show that UM did work well. Team VIP, nothing held against them. They did really well still, nonetheless. But the survivability just wasn't there for them this time. Maybe it was just Clubhouse punishing them, because again, sometimes you go there, sometimes you don't. But it's how it is. I'm going to ask you quickly, you excited for the next day?
Yeah, definitely.
100%.
Yeah, we have to be very excited because the action is yet far from over. I have to remind everyone that this is a double round robin stage, which means every team is going to play against each other twice at least, until of course we go, and then the teams that qualify maybe will play against each other again. We'll see about that later, but it's going to be a lot of action because this is going to be a very, very packed month of every weekend, or like every week. So this is going to be a very interesting overall stage to see, because as you have seen today, no one really expected. Let's take a quick look before I let you guys off and ask you about like any last words. Let's take a quick look at the staff prediction, because this last match and the match here was like everyone here didn't expect UM to win, and yet here we are. The observer is the only one who believed in them, and he proved us and all the doubters wrong in the end.
I'm pretty sure he's got almost everything perfect, right? He got GK.
Yeah.
He got Sicko, because we got it. He got Panu. And he got, full sweep.
Yeah.
Let's head over standings and let's see that.
Yes, I think the table now looks a little different than what we started, because when we started, Divoli was in the first place and Geeke was right behind them. But right now, Panahoni is in the second place, and they are sharing the same points with GK, and Divoli got back a little bit, set to the 3rd place, and Psychopathes are in the 5th place right now. Myth and New Aim and now Ryujin are sharing 3 points each one of them, and Team VIP are still on a single point. It's a very different standing than what we started today, and it's going to be very interesting to see how this standing looks at the end of the group stage, because there's going to be a lot of action. So, Kraz and Star, do you have anything you would like to say as a final thoughts or any final shout outs?
You want to go first, Drago?
Well, thank you to everyone for being here. The matches today were nuts. The first match got me off. It just caught me off guard completely. And then ending with UM doing a complete sweep, which, again, I did say at the start of today, there was a chance of it either being really close or just a sweep. And it was, in fact, a sweep, just not in the direction I was thinking. So, thank you to everyone here. And that's it for me.
For me, wise, thank you to obviously Ruin, yourself, Fancy Pixel, you Drago as well as I always say it wrong. I'm just gonna say Hot, the Observer, the one who predicted the UAIM.
Hotnix, that's fine.
Hotnix. There you go. For putting us all together, and obviously all of us coming to work as staff. Last thing from me is don't forget to sign up for ELC if you haven't already. Another lovely T2 circuit. If you don't like the T2 circuit, you can still go with the community path of T3, T4. We have everything for everyone. Well, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much, guys, for coming today and letting us enjoy the lovely matches we saw, and of course your efforts. And with that being said, today has come to an end with a lot of fascinating results and the fascinating siege to see on the very first day of the new season as well. We will still continue the action of Voltage League with you week by week, so please make sure that you stay connected and stay up to date with us. And until then, I've been Fancy Pixel, your host, and I'll see you on the next one.